Mr. Chairman, we're live.
All right. Well, welcome back, Revenue Committee. We are in the middle of public comment on two pieces of legislation, LSO Draft 345, Electrical Generation Tax, and LSO Draft 134, Wind Energy Production Tax. I believe we have 7 people left to testify that I know of, unless there's a couple of people in the audience here in Cheyenne as well. We'll find out about. But first up will be Mr. Kasner. Welcome, Ken. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I don't know if I got it.
Whoop, there you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today. The reason I'm here is I'm a Wyoming boy all the way. I've done 20 years in politics, and I've done 20 years in business, and I've done the rest of my life here, born and raised here. So why am I here today? Well, it's real simple. In 1969, I was working with Cynthia Lummis's dad, the new senator for the state of Wyoming, and he said back in 1969, "Ken, do you like Wyoming?" I said, "Yes, sir, I sure do." He said, "You know you're going to lose it." And I looked at him and I said, "What?" And he said, "You're going to lose it. Because if you don't incorporate, if you don't have an income tax, you're going to lose it. Somebody's going to buy it up." Well, with that in mind, I'll read you a statement and then I'm going to show you. And I want to thank you all. I really do. I want to thank everybody that's sitting on that committee today, because you got me to researching, and I've been researching since October to today. And I've done a lot. And so with that, I'll start out with this statement. Today, the state still refuses to incorporate a solid tax foundation. Our politicians still state, "I will not raise your taxes," refusing to have an corporate tax, income tax, or service tax. Wyoming is then held within the corporation propaganda, lower wages and unfunded benefits, yet Wyoming's resources ensure even greater returns for their investors, along with their corporation profits. The Wyoming people continue to pay taxes on an unfair tax system. Otherwise, improvements for health care, fair wages, education, affordable housing, infrastructure, state lands, state forests, state wildlife, watersheds, or grazing would have funding. Plain truth is, Wyoming refuses taxation, yet wants the Wyoming government services. Wyoming was busted before the pandemic, which exposed the lack of modernized taxation. During the past 2 months of watching and listening to this Revenue Committee, I've come to the conclusion that taxation, modernization, and restructuring will not happen on the legislative floor from either branch during the 2021 legislative budget system. Such a shame. The fossil industry currently holds such a grasp on the mentality of the legislative system today. The politicians and lobbyists are constantly using studies, speculations, or loss of investments, not to mention wasting taxpayers' revenues to keep a dying portfolio. Yesterday was a good example. Governor Gordon's press release on the study by the 2020 Appropriations Committee yesterday, and which was the speeding up process for petroleum leasing on BLM land, which will once again place Wyoming taxation revenues in one outdated taxation basket. Without proper modernization and restructuring taxation, Wyoming does not move forward towards the future in renewable energies. Only 10 more years of redundant fuels legislation, fossil fuel legislation, which reduces revenues. Wyoming has not modernized our tax system since 1930. Wyoming has, however, designed legislation to impede the income tax, the service tax, and the property tax. The fossil fuel industry has cheap leases without no real taxation, nourished their investors in corporate profits, which pay dependents in severance and excise tax compared to the overall profits of corporations extracting Wyoming resources for over 90 years. Furthermore, there is no equality in taxation from this legislative representation today. The Wyoming legislative taxation just keeps falling back on regressive taxes in sales tax, fuel tax, cigarette tax, which in all reality is not equality today. According to the current tax scales, low income pays 9.6% of that sales tax, and the highest incomes are at 2.5%, which really shows who's getting the tax breaks. Wyoming will require increases along with modernization taxation for the future generations. I support a corporate tax. I support an income tax. I support an increase in property taxes. I support sales tax, except I exclude the food tax. I support a service tax. Wyoming has truly become a haven for the rich and a shelter for investors and corporate profits.
So, Mr. Kasner, this is Chairman Zwanitzer. The two bills are on electricity generation.
I know, I'm getting to it.
Oh,
I'm coming
okay.
right to it.
Just
So
making sure.
bear with me.
Go ahead.
Bear with me, please. Okay, so here's what I wanted to get that ahead for the people, all the hard work you did in October and November. So now I want to say this. I will not support the wind generation tax. Wyoming is not even ready for such a tax. Why? Where is Wyoming's renewable energy portfolio standard for such a tax? Furthermore, where are the renewable energy portfolio standards for the up and coming solar carve-out? Then what are the state's electrical rates based upon for such a renewable energy? Does Wyoming have renewable energy rebates or Wyoming state renewable energy credits? How about Wyoming property tax exemptions for solar energy? And finally, sales tax exemptions for Wyoming people to install renewable energies on their own property, on their own houses, on their own businesses. Truth is today, through my research, I could find none. There is no existing portfolios there at all. Also, Wyoming should consider what's called an energy renewable credit auction. In other words, Wyoming could produce the electricity here and auction it off to other supplies like Tri-State or somebody else and say, hey, boys, you want to buy it? We're opening bids. Come on in and take a shot. Okay, keep in mind. But anyways, and finally, sales tax exemption for people with renewable energy. Truth is today, Wyoming has no such plans, programs, or policies, according to my research. Wyoming legislation must keep in mind, it must modernize its tax structure. Taxes are not the only things businesses care about within Wyoming. Businesses like an educated workforce, the quality of life, the proximity to relevant markets, or even our weather. These items involve trade-offs. Taxes, however, are an important part of the mix. Wyoming's modernized state tax structure helps Wyoming truly position the state for growth, which ranks better than being Wyoming for growth. So then basically, I just lost my place, excuse me. A Wyoming modernized tax structure helps Wyoming position for growth, which ranks better on this index have a better overall tax structure. Whoever does modernize. States with better tax codes get win above replacement. In other words, future growth and diversity boom and bust cycles in the last 47 years in the basket. Now, the reason I said that is I went and I looked at what we call a tax issue. This is a Tax Foundation 2021 State Business Tax Climate Index. Anybody ever seen it? I hope some of you have, because it'll open your eyes to some things that it's not really wow out there.
We do get that publication, yes.
So you did look at it? You have looked at it?
I've looked at it before, yes. We get it every year in the mail.
Okay, well, then you know where we're at in corporate taxes, service taxes, sales taxes, property tax, and unemployment insurance tax, correct?
We're a little below everything, Mr. Kastner, yeah.
Okay, but
one
the
more
reason,
minute?
okay, one more minute?
Please.
Okay, in that one more minute, then I will say this following thing. I oppose that tax for one reason. Wyoming needs to look at her future, her children's future, and everything else. And wind energy will provide that, and you can't going to stop it. And I think you should look at it from the standpoint, we can do it better. We can do a lot better. So with that, it's my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Kastner, any questions from the committee?
Not a one.
Representative Roscoe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kastner, I appreciate your testimony and your research. And I happen to agree with you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe, Representative Roscoe.
Any
I'll be
other-
back for others, though.
All right. Well, we'll appreciate seeing you maybe later this afternoon or tomorrow, certainly. Mr. Kastner.
All right, sir.
Thank
I'm
you.
on for both days, Mr. Sawamser. Thank you, buddy. Have a
Thank you.
good day, gentlemen.
You too.
Mr.
Next up,
Chairman.
Mr. Fitzpatrick from Next Era, I believe is on the line. Give him, he's coming on right now.
Getting in there. Can you hear me now?
I can certainly hear you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I have video, but in any respect, I appreciate it, Chairman Zwanser and Chairman Case, for the opportunity to speak to you today. Again, my name is Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I'm a developer with NextEra Energy Resources. NextEra is the world's largest renewable energy development company, and we have projects in Wyoming, operating projects in Wyoming, the Roundhouse Renewable Energy Project west of Cheyenne at 225 megawatts, and the Cedar Springs Wind Energy Projects north of Douglas at 533 megawatts. Both came online this year. I'm going to try to keep this real brief. We've had a lot of testimony today in opposition to the wind tax, to both bills, as we are in opposition to both bills, from a really varied group of stakeholders in the state. And so they've already made a lot of the points that I was planning to make as well. So I'm going to try to keep this real brief and more or less go over a couple of the numbers that I think are important to talk about. This year, during a difficult time, NextEra invested $1 billion in Wyoming for these two projects that I just mentioned. Those projects are going to generate about $230 million in tax revenue for the state over their operational life. They also, those projects were able to keep about 550 workers employed this year. That included about 50 displaced oil and gas workers, specifically at our Cedar Springs project in Converse County. One of the local road construction contractors told me that our project was the sole reason he was able to keep 12 of his workers employed. We already had testimony from Mayor Orr in Cheyenne, as well as Commissioner Grant in Converse County. They testified to the benefits that their counties received this year, unexpected benefit from the sales tax collections from our wind projects. NextEra has about a $4 billion future pipeline that we'd like to see through in Wyoming alone. And we just need to make sure that these projects are competitive. Every incremental tax increase that you place on the industry makes us less competitive versus other states. And these projects are competing with other states. Wind projects in Wyoming are competing against solar projects in Utah. And as the competition gets tighter and tighter, any incremental tax increase makes it more and more difficult for Wyoming projects to win contracts, get built, and generate any tax revenue whatsoever for the state of Wyoming. I can personally speak to one of our Wyoming projects that lost to another one of our projects out of state in a recent solicitation by 40 cents. That project, that out-of-state project, is currently under construction. It's employing people out of state, and it's generating tax revenue for its local community out of state. Wyoming's getting nothing out of that at all. And 40 cents is a pretty big price difference these days as well. In the recent PacifiCorp request solicitation, there were 570 bids. And so with that much competition, you can imagine that the margin for selecting winners on these projects is very thin. And so other states are actually incentivizing this development. So that's what we were competing against, states that also have good wind resources and good solar resources. There are counties in Utah, for instance, that are offering tax abatements, and they're trying to incentivize investment in their county versus other counties in their state. So these are the types of competitors that we're going against for investment dollars in Wyoming and the tax revenue that these investments will bring. Price is absolutely the biggest determining factor for who wins these contracts and where the projects get built. So with that, as a Wyoming native, I really am sympathetic to the challenging financial situation that we find ourselves in these days. I'm proud to be part of an industry that's providing an opportunity to diversify the state's economy and the state's tax base. We encourage this body to maintain Wyoming's status as an all of the above energy leader by keeping Wyoming wind projects viable, and therefore keeping hundreds of millions of dollars in investment and revenues within the state of Wyoming. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Fitzpatrick from the committee? I'm not. Representative-elect Baker has a question. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Speak loud, though.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fitzpatrick, I appreciate you joining us. My question is you stated that you had about $1 billion of capital investments into the state this last year. My question is how much of that was offset by federal tax credits or other federal benefits that were received by your company? Thank you.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, if you know.
Mr. Chairman and Representative-elect Baker, thanks for the question. None of the investment is offset by tax credits. The value that we are able to pass along to the customer through our power purchase agreement price, that price reflects the value of tax credits. So that value is passed along to the customer through your power purchase agreement price.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions for Mr. Fitzpatrick? I'm not seeing any more. Thank you very much for being with us all day today, Ryan. Always a pleasure to hear from you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next up, City of Rawlins. I'm not sure if Amy's presenting or who's there, but welcome. Floor is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for your continued service to your communities in the state of Wyoming. For the record, my name is Jody McClurkin, and I am standing in for our city attorney, Amy Bach. And together with me today is the city manager, Sean Metcalf, Terry Wycombe, Travis Moore, and Yvonne Johnson. 3 of those will be presenting after me. With that said, Carbon County as a whole is no stranger to poor economic times, and at a time when our fellow counties were seeing stronger economic times, we continually face substantial losses in revenue and the loss of sales tax on food. During those times, citizens across Carbon County were living paycheck to paycheck, and local government struggled to maintain essential government services while facing monumental losses in revenue, oftentimes having to adjust for a reduction in taxes as high as 40%. And the city of Rawlins itself faced the difficult decision to reduce our municipal employees to help offset the reduced tax revenues. Carbon County leaders understood the challenges facing them were not unique, especially in light of our state's characteristic boom and bust cycles. And more importantly, we supported and were incredibly thankful and appreciative to our fellow counties that were seeing economic stability and growth, especially in a time when we were unable to provide that economic boost to our economy or help contribute substantially to the state's general fund. Carbon County continued to struggle with true economic development opportunities beyond our reach, seemingly without the support or spotlight outside of Carbon County. Unfortunately, Rawlins and Carbon County are not well positioned to attract and recruit much needed economic development projects, as we lack shovel-ready manufacturing, commercial, and industrial lots. Additionally, we lack essential infrastructure, and we continue to face struggling tourism industry, resulting in more challenges for our already financially impacted businesses. Moreover, the city of Rawlins has not been viewed as a potential site for many manufacturing and industrial businesses. Furthermore, we have been eliminated almost immediately by all technological industries due to our high and continuous wind speeds that impact their technical needs and requirements. Additionally, the city continues to struggle and overcome negative views in what has become a well-asserted negative view of Rawlins as is the windiest city in the state. And why would anyone want to visit, live, or invest here? Projects such as the Power Company of Wyoming's Chokecherry Sierra Madre wind project continue to provide a predictable revenue stream that will not only bring positive revenue, but more importantly, help stabilize Carbon County's economy, thereby permitting the county to develop and create financial plans that will encourage and create opportunities for steady growth and truly help diversify our economy. Furthermore, it will help Carbon County stabilize and reliable contributions to the state's general fund, which serves to benefit every citizen of the state. The Chokecherry Sierra Madre wind project and the other wind projects throughout the state will continue to provide additional employment opportunities through its construction and operations, serve as a much needed increase to our sales and use tax, increase property taxes, helping boost our local economy for our local businesses, and thereby providing a catalyst for our struggling tourism industry, new development of ancillary wind industries, and ultimately help diversify our economy. We eagerly anticipate the day when Chokecherry Sierra Madre Wind Project and the Transwest Express Project will come to fruition for our state. Quite simply, these wind projects are the lifeblood for Carbon County and will continue to provide much needed revenue to the state of Wyoming, while those with more skilled minds can develop new avenues and markets for our beloved coal, oil, and gas. Our history is rich in being open to what is beyond the horizon and being prepared for what comes next, all the while celebrating and being incredibly proud of our heritage as the energy state. We continue to believe that responsible wind energy development for our state, and we welcome that diversification to our energy portfolio, which we hope will ensure our continued position as being the energy state. Thank you again for providing this unique opportunity for local governments to share our strengths, weaknesses, and challenges and opportunities for growth with you. It's my personal belief that we all appreciate that in order for our great state to carry the tremendous financial burden we are facing, we must come together as a state working collectively to move us forward to a brighter future. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you have at this time. Thank you.
Committee, if there's any immediate questions, otherwise I believe there are 3 other people there to testify. Is that correct? Maybe.
Yes.
Let's just go through Rawlins then. And that way, unless there's a burning question, committee will just save them till the end, if that works.
That would be fine.
To pass a camera or to play musical
Sure.
chairs? Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. I'm Yvonne Johnson. I am new to economic development. I've only been in this position for about 4.5 months. I'd like to thank you and the committee for this opportunity. On behalf of the Carbon County Economic Development, I'm so nervous.
Oh, we're like the friendliest group in the whole state. So
Okay. On behalf of the Carbon County Economic Development Corporation, we continue to adamantly oppose any attempts to raise taxes on the wind power and wind generated electricity. Please continue to leave our taxes on the power at the current level. We want to see wind power energy thrive in our state because it will bring, and already is bringing, critical new revenues and jobs to the Wyoming people. It also provides new business opportunities to our existing Wyoming businesses, like our surveying and construction companies, hotels, campgrounds, restaurants, and other businesses. Our county commissioners and our planning and zoning commissioners have the ability to make the local decisions on whether a new wind power project meets all permitting criteria. Legislators who do not live in our county should not try to stop new wind projects from happening in our county by imposing other burdensome and unjustified taxation. Also, raising taxes in Wyoming generated electricity raises the cost to business in Wyoming. This is harmful to all kinds of potential economic development opportunities across the state. We would like the new data center. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm nervous. This is harmful in all kinds of potential, or for all kinds of potential of economic development opportunities across the state, like new data centers and product manufacturers that are harmful to electricity intensive businesses like oil and gas development and the Trona mining. Wyoming is supposed to be a business friendly to all industries. We in economic development are trying to recruit and retain our businesses that has already been through a hard enough year. Again, please vote down any further increase in the wind energy electricity taxation. Please send our nation to a strong message that Wyoming truly is a business friendly. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Carbon County Economic Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. I thought you did a great job there. And I think we have another one or two as well who might be approaching.
We have two more.
All right. We can probably hear, oh, there.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for allowing us to speak on this subject. My name is Terry Wycombe, and I did submit a letter to you all expressing my thoughts about further taxation. Every single year, this subject comes up about, are we going to tax them to death or not? And I think because this tax could be a backbreaker to some of these companies, that we are discouraging growth in Wyoming. I understand you folks need more money to run the state. I totally get that. And I hope that you will view it as any other businessman and encourage more growth of more wind farms and get your money that way, rather than trying to raise the taxes that were these folks went out and made business plans, and they made decisions on where and when, and you know, took into consideration we're in competition with other states and other counties and so forth. I want to stay competitive. We haven't seen a ton of extra growth. I hope you recognize the difference between the public utilities and the private utilities. The reason you don't have a bunch of public utilities up here saying, hey, don't charge us that, because they don't care, because they're going to turn around and put it on your light bill. But the private industries can't do that. They have to sell their electricity on an open market. We in Wyoming, a long time ago, when I was chairman of that task force committee, we worked with the state to set some very basic rules that would, so people knew what was going on. And ever since then, that has been attacked. The fact that a lot of these companies don't know what their tax bill is going to be. It's so it's unnerving for them to come here and spend the kind of money they're going to spend to find out that, well, maybe their taxes might make them totally uncompetitive and all them billions of dollars are not going to be worth it. I want Wyoming to be open for business, and I hope you guys understand that quality of life begins with a paycheck. And the people that don't come here don't pay taxes. And if these businesses don't come here, you don't get taxes. And we've been blessed in Carbon County to have some of these finer companies. And I just encourage you to vote no on this tax like the 10th or 12th or 16th time before you. There's been hundreds of people give you testimony on why not to do this. And the same very smart people were sitting in your chairs and made the decision, that's right, let's don't do that. I hope that you will consider the hundreds of people that have stood here before me saying that in the past, over the past 10 years, saying, don't do this. And I hope you will listen to that and think about that. And please don't pass these new taxes. We want the growth in Carbon County. I would love to answer any questions, and I'll wait until the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wykeham. Always appreciated. Welcome.
Righty. Mr. Chairman, co-chamber, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Moore. I am a Carbon County Commissioner, and today I'm here on behalf of the Carbon County Council of Governments representing the county and all 10 municipalities. I know you've been through the minutia and the nuances of the economic impacts of these things. My argument in opposition to both of these taxes is very simple and ideological. With the adoption of the Cowboy Code of Ethics in 2010 by the state of Wyoming, passing this tax, in my mind, in the mind of many people in COG, the Carbon County Council of Governments, would be a broken promise. And we can't, it's very difficult then to follow up with number 7 in that code of ethics to ride for the brand if we set a precedent of breaking promises with businesses to move forward. Those are my only arguments. I don't want to get into all the other pieces and nuances of the things that I don't have a lot of experience with, but that is the sentiment of many people here in Carbon County. I thank you for your time. Merry Christmas to one and all. I hope you enjoy good health.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Committee, is there any questions for anyone at the Rollins location on the last 4 public comments? I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much. I know Rollins has been with us for several hours this morning. My apologies to the county attorney who couldn't stay on the line. So thank you very much. Continue to have a happy holiday as well. Next up, Mr. Meyer. Let me see if he's coming online here. Pat, can you hear us? Perhaps not. So maybe we'll jump then to, all I have is Miria. And they're currently connecting. Hopefully they can see us. They are apparently painting. So, hi. Maybe now's not a good time. So let's move on to, I'm sure I can get Ms. Choquette up quickly. Kara, if you're available. I know we jumped too really quick on you, but if you'd like to provide some comment to the committee, certainly nice to see you. They're currently connecting.
Hi.
Hopefully they can see us.
Oh, what would you like Myra to go first?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. Again, my name is Kara Choquette, and I work for 2 companies, Power Company of Wyoming, LLC, and
Let's move on
excuse
to Yeah, sorry, we had to mute them. They're good.
Should I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, Kara.
Okay, sorry. I work for two companies that you've heard from before. You've heard from me many times. All of the facts and data we've presented in the past have been reiterated again here today. The importance of competitiveness, importance and the risks that are faced that are very different for an independent power producer like us. What I wanted to offer to the committee today was something we really haven't talked much about before over the past 15 some meetings, and that is the voice of the next generation, as was alluded to before by the Engage Council. And from that, I want to just read you some parts of this great special section that was done by the Casper Star Tribune in October called Searching the Horizon. Young people share solutions to the challenges facing Wyoming's energy and economy. And if you read that, you read about how the young people of Wyoming who were interviewed in many cases do want renewable energy and do want to see it happen, which we know is going to happen if it remains economically viable. And keeping taxes at the current level would support that. So I just wanted to read you some of the voices of the young people that were captured in that article. For example, Kyle, age 18 from Casper said, "I do think renewable energy is something that we need to go toward in the future." Roger, age 22 from Casper said, "Renewable energy is a new option and a bright light." Someone named Sam, age 17 from Laramie said, "This is an issue of economic development and diversification. We are the ones that will inherit Wyoming's economy." Chase, age 21 from Rock Springs said, "I think especially in Wyoming, wind is a pretty good option. I think they could probably put some more up." And then there was Sarah, a graduate student at the University of Wyoming. She said, "Wyoming needs to gather more jobs and industries to help support its citizens. If the state waits too long to install wind and solar capacity, other states will become the suppliers that Wyoming could have been. Attracting new industry to the state is also pivotal in retaining the state's younger workforce." And I can tell you, from having the privilege of talking with many young people all across the state of Wyoming over the 13 years we've been working in good faith to develop these projects, I do hear enthusiasm and excitement and interest in seeing more renewable energy come forward in Wyoming. I've had the privilege of talking to Laramie County Community College's Wind Tech program. It's an amazing program. I've had the chance to talk with students at the University of Wyoming, most recently in the mechanical engineering department. The University of Wyoming Landman Club has invited me to come and talk about energy, and they all, again, very supportive of our project in particular, but also the industry as a whole going forward and moving and happening in Wyoming. I hear that too in Carbon County. We help host a booth at Energy Day at the Carbon County Fair for the past 3 years. We also participated in the Carbon County Higher Education Center's Celebration of Wind Festival, all 3 years that was held. And I'm telling you, the kids at these events are so excited by wind. They smile, they laugh. The words I hear about wind are that it's cool and fun, and they enjoy playing with the little wind turbine model that I bring and they use to talk about wind energy. So I just wanted to get that voice out there, and that's really something that young people are saying. It's also reinforced in this new study that the University of Wyoming just issued, Social License for Wyoming's Energy Future. I encourage you to take a look at that. Again, respondents spoke very favorably about renewable energy, and the summary says renewable energy is strongly supported. So just a few other comments based on things I heard earlier today I wanted to mention. The analogy of comparing the minerals and mining market to what we're facing today and renewable energy is just completely different. As I talked with you in August, there's a whole lot of wind and solar happening around Wyoming compared to what's happening in it. These are the types of projects, renewable energy resources can be done in a lot of different states. It is a very competitive environment. And in fact, states like Oregon are looking to offshore wind sooner than they are looking to onshore resources in our state. I heard a lot of comments about siting, and I just wanted to say, you have a lot of great dedicated folks that work for the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, the Industrial Siting Division, Wyoming Game and Fish. They are looking out for Wyoming's wildlife, human health. They are working hard to uphold what Wyoming always talks about, which is doing energy development in concert with protecting the environment and making sure those factors are all balanced. Same with the Carbon County Commission and other commissions. They work really hard to make sure they've considered all factors, planning and zoning commissions, before they will agree to issue a permit. So There's a really strict regulatory regime that applies in Wyoming. It was made harder in 2010 and 2011, and again in 2020 legislation, I believe, that increased the rules and the threshold for wind energy projects. And just one other comment based on a previous comment was money for schools. The University of Wyoming study from 2016 talked about if 5 sample projects were to go forward, and ours was one of those that was studied, the state would gain about $2 billion in new state and local tax revenue. And they did break that down by the state and by local governments and by schools. And their estimate showed over $700 million of that would flow to Wyoming schools. So wind can be a critical new and diverse and non-mineral source of property tax revenue to fund schools. So with that, I just, again, want to remind you to keep the voice of the next generation in mind, and would be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Kara. Any questions from the committee? I do appreciate every time you come, you find a different subject matter, something to bring to the committee, and it's interesting, and I just always appreciate hearing from you. So thank you. Keep up the good work. With that, no further questions that I see. Oh, hi, Representative Roscoe. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kara, you answered my first question, but my second question was, I heard earlier that these windmills will be around forever and ever and ever, but when we come on to our next source of energy, I thought that the wind industry had to post these third-party bonds for total tear down and total reclamation of these sites. Is that true? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, that is accurate. That was among the things that the legislature did in 2010 and 11 was to strengthen the requirements that apply to reclamation and decommissioning of wind projects in Wyoming. So we have to have 2 things. One, we have to have a full reclamation and decommissioning plan put together in place. It has to be approved by the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, ISC division. We also have to have similar work done for the Wyoming BLM, since our project does involve the checkerboard. In addition, we have to post third-party surety bonds in advance of construction, so that if something were to happen, the money is there to assure this wind project would be reclaimed and decommissioned at the end of life. Now, we post for the full estimated value of the reclamation and decommissioning. It's not through a self-bonding mechanism. This is the actual value. And that value is re-examined by the state every 5 years. And if the estimated amount has gone up, we will increase our bonds accordingly. So right now, we estimate posting over $270 million in third-party surety bonds to cover future reclamation decommissioning costs. Right now, we pay over $1 million a year in bond premiums to hold those bonds. That's not money that benefits the state of Wyoming, but it's another cost that we have to consider going into our project development. And all of that assures that these wind projects, if they're not economic at the end of life, they will be taken down. And those protections are also included in the county permit regulations, as well as with the BLM. So there is protection indeed to make sure that wind projects at the end of life, and they may not be the technology we use in 30 years, like many other parts of the human environment, things evolve and change. But should those need to be taken down, the money will be there, the plan will be in place, and the Wyoming state, as well as the federal government, are ongoing partners to make sure that all of those reclamation and decommissioning rules would be followed. One other point I would say is that the BLM, in their environmental analysis of our project, specifically looked at the issue of visual impacts. They themselves concluded that the visual impacts from our project are not irretrievable and are not irreversible because of those stringent reclamation and decommissioning requirements.
I assume that answered your question, Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was perfect.
Other questions? Senator Ellis, go ahead. We'll go to Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked a lot this morning about cost of doing business in Wyoming, our strengths, that we have a lot of wind here, but we also have drawbacks that we haven't talked about. And one of those you just touched on is the fact that energy, regardless if it's traditional fossil fuel or wind, if you want to have a project on federal land, that complicates matters. And So if you could just remind me, I can't recall how many years in the making you've been working with the BLM to do the environmental studies and all the other compliance requirements that the BLM and federal land, other federal agencies require. Can you just give us a time frame? I just can't remember that.
Sure. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis, thank you for that question. It does take a lot longer to do projects on federal land of any energy type. For that, the American Wind Energy Association notes that less than 1% of all U.S. wind projects are on federal land in some way. Of course, we're in the checkerboard. So we started the right-of-way application development in January of 2008 with the BLM. Very long story short, our last piece of the federal decision-making was concluded in February of this year. All of that analysis, by the way, is done at the cost of the project proponent. All of this has been funded with private capital at our own risk. The BLM conducts the analysis, but that cost is recovered through third-party cost recovery agreements. So this work is done at no cost to the U.S. taxpayer.
Okay, good, Senator Ellis. Thanks. Representative Sweeney, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So, Kara, I'm sure you saw the charts and the estimates put together. Could you kind of speak towards permitted, the projects may be permitted in the versions that we looked at, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be built. And I'm just trying to clarify that in my mind as I look at those analysis, how that all plays out.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I think you have summarized that accurately. The fact that a project is permitted does not mean it will be fully built and completed. And I think that's the risk that we've talked about here for many years is at the end of the day, and as others have said before me, the project has to be economically viable and win a power purchase agreement and secure customers. So I'm a runner, so I think of it a little bit like running a race. We have to reach the finish line and there's no second place. We have to be able to be competitive and have a price that gets us across the finish line and be selected. Any increase in these taxes make it harder to reach the finish line. I think someone earlier talked about the analogy of we need more oars in the water. We want to be another oar in the water. We want to do our part to help, fund schools and pay those sales taxes to fund local governments. But we can't make it to the shore if the boat gets weighted down a little too much for us to be able to row. So, and I guess relative to that chart, I guess when I look at the ISC permit data, which is very helpful indeed, it looks like through the Energy Vision program, the Corriedale Wind Project and the Roundhouse projects has gone online. There will be about 1,500 megawatts of new wind that have gone online in Wyoming this year, which is really exciting. That's the biggest burst of wind that's happened since 2010, aside from one anomaly wind project. There's been no new wind that's happened in Wyoming from 2010 until now. But there's another 4 permitted projects that are there and don't yet have the security and certainty of power purchase agreements. And as I think someone from the LSO mentioned, there are projects in the past that have been permitted and did not go forward. So I hope that answers your question. I think, I don't see any wind farms, honestly, with the ISC data and what's happening going online new in 2021 or 2022 or really anything until 2024. And you look at all the various factors of, our project, for example, our wind turbines under the current schedule would be online, hopefully in 2024. So costs matter, as you pointed out.
Any further comments? Kara, seeing none, thank you again for jumping on a short notice there and enjoy the rest of your holiday season.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. We'll go back and see if Mr. Meyer is up and ready to join us. Pat? You just have to unmute yourself now. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, I'm Pat Meyer. I'm the Park County Assessor. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, I hope you're doing good this afternoon. I had some technical difficulties, but they're fixed now. The Assessors Association, the Legislative Committee, has started looking into wind energy a few months ago. And the question we've been trying to answer is wind energy paying their fair share of taxes? Now, to do that, we've done a lot of research in other states. So what we want to end up doing is comparing Wyoming the way we do it. We have to get a better understanding of our appraisals and how we're valuing. It's a state assessment, so the Department of Revenue has been helping us out by giving us information and so forth, so we can understand how we're valuing them in Wyoming. Once we get there, I mean, the only way to figure out if you're paying your fair share, in our opinion, is compare yourself to the other states. So that's what we're trying to do at this time. We don't want wind energy to pay more than they should be or less than they should be. We want to find out what their fare should possibly be. And that's all I wanted to say today for you guys. We're still looking into this, and hopefully we can come up with something in time for at least the next meeting. And with that, I'd take any questions you may have.
Questions for Assessor Meyer? Representative Hallinan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Meyer, I asked another person who gave testimony that how they divide up the property tax on the land when they're on a rancher's land. How much of the tax is paid by the rancher for the property tax and how much is paid by the windmill company? So could you give me a story, your opinion on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, from what I saw in Wyoming's appraisal is they're doing the income approach on the lease, and the land is getting paid by wind energy. That's who pays the taxes on it. It's done by the income approach. They're capitalizing the lease of what they're doing, and that's how they come up with the money. It does not get reassessed by the appraiser. Now, as far as how many acres, I was not able to see the lease agreement on one of the appraisals that the Department of Revenue had furnished to the Assessors Legislative Committee. But I do know this much for sure. Wind energy, as to the ones I saw, is paying the taxes on the land.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Further questions for the assessor? Senator Case, go ahead, and then we'll go to Representative Sweeney after that. Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assessor Meyer, it's good to have you today. In regards to what is the footprint, I think that's one of the arguable things. What proportion of the land is included in the wind development and which remains in agriculture? And I think that piece, that's not a done deal. It's not 100% of the acres. It's something more about a footprint. And we really don't understand that well yet, is my understanding.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I don't understand that as well because I haven't seen what the footprint is. But you're right, that footprint would be taken out and the rest of it would be the rancher's rest of his land, which of course would be in agricultural rates and so forth. So the question is, how big is the footprint? How many acres does that cover? When I saw the report that the wind farm that I don't even know which wind farm it was because the Department of Revenue doesn't give us that information as to who it is. It's confidential. So I don't know who it was. And I don't know how many acres were in that footprint. And that would be a good thing to know. All we see on their report is the lease value. And that gets capitalized by the Department of Revenue and is part of the appraisal and part of the valuation of the wind farm.
Follow-up, Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Assessor Meyer. I think that's going to be a big question to figure out. I understand that since it's state assessed property, but it's in your county or any other assessor's county, assessors don't have privy to the information that goes into calculating the property tax burden unless the taxpayer itself is willing to share that. And that kind of concerns me because it seems that assessors have an interest in making sure that taxes are collected in their county. It benefits your county government, your schools, all these things that you're responsible for. So I'm thinking that we could use some legislation to make it so that local assessors are privy to the information submitted on state assessed properties. Is that something that the Assessors Association would support? Does that have an impact on this wind development that we're talking about? It seems like you can't get the information that you want, and maybe you have an interest in it, and you should be able to, in my mind. I'd like your comment on that.
Mr. Meyer, feel free.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I believe we should be getting that information to work hand in hand with the state assessment by the Department of Revenue. We should be able to look that over, and we should be able to see, especially if you have a wind farm in your county, that information should be shared with the county assessor. And I'm sure the rest of the association would agree with me on that.
Mr. Noble, while we're on this topic, I saw you. Do you want to jump in real quick?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things that's important to note is that the reason that we can't share some of that information is because in order for us to be able to do that, the taxpayer has to agree to us releasing the information. That's the way the statute reads. We can certainly provide it. We just have to ask the taxpayer if we can release it to the assessor. And that's a process we have to follow because that's the way it's written in the statutes currently. One thing I will say is that the footprint associated with the leases we're talking about is actually defined in the lease agreements. Some of them are actual legal descriptions of the amount of acres that are included in it. But the point is, anything that is under that lease is then valued as industrial property at its capitalized value. We actually capitalize that those lease payments, and treat them as an asset, and consider them in the valuation as industrial property.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, may I request of Mr. Noble or Mr. Meyer, or possibly both, that they supply the committee with the statute that's being referenced and how it would be changed to include the assessor in the sharing of the information?
I can certainly get that for you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Noble.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney, did you have a question for the assessors?
Well, maybe a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, as to with Director Noble and Assessor Meyer. So my understanding from the last our last meeting on the capitalization of the lease, it is of the overall lease, not necessarily. I'm getting confused here on the issue of footprint, because if let's say the footprint of the pad would be an acre out of a 4,000 acre ranch. I'm kind of missing it there, because what I heard the commissioner from Converse County say that on his property, they're paying the industrial rate according to the lease, plus he's paying based on the agriculture productivity on top of that. Am I misunderstanding that, Mr. Noble?
Go ahead, Mr. Noble, if you know.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I think I heard that as well today, but I would want to check on that, obviously. Really, if it's being assessed as industrial property, and I know I'm talking with Assessor Huxtable, she was under the impression that that they take that off the rolls if it's being taxed, if that lease is being taxed under industrial rates. And I think that Assessor Meyer can probably speak to that as well.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, Director Noble has that exactly right. When you're paying the lease on the footprint. Now, that's probably in the lease information. I don't know because I didn't see any of the lease information, just the value of the lease. But other than that, they would be paying taxes on the rest of the land that was outside of that footprint. And they'd be paying regular agricultural rates for that. But all that footprint is valued as industrial property, capitalized, just like Director Noble has said.
Okay. Oh, you have a follow-up, Representative Sweeney? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one last question to Assessor Meyer is, I think there's this notion out there that we're going to be able to tax wind and recoup all the tax revenue that the coal mines, and I don't think that's even feasible. I don't think it's possible. What are your thoughts on that issue?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, yeah, I totally agree with you. Wind energy is not going to take the place of coal at all, not even close. So we're not going to get the money back. I'm sure we'll get money from wind energy, but it's not even close to what we've been getting off coal.
Okay. Representative Henderson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I was wanting to do was to build on the information piece that Director Noble's going to provide. Perhaps it would be possible, hopefully, to be able to compare the average assessed tax or value of a tax, if you will, to be gained from an acre of footprint compared with an acre of, say, ag property across the state. So, I mean, there's an average per acre in those categories. I'd like to be able to compare that and understand that in terms of what we're trying to do.
Is that a question for Mr. Noble?
Yes, if he could do that, that would be my question.
You bet, Representative Henderson. Mr. Noble, is it possible?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, I'm not sure that it would be directly possible unless we knew what property we were talking about. Ag land has a number of different types of valuation that could apply to it. It could be range land, it could be irrigated. There's a number of different things that we'd have to look at to make that sort of comparison. I will tell you this, industrial property is taxed at an 11.5% assessment ratio, and the all other property category, which is where ag land falls, is taxed at a 9.5% ratio. So there's a difference there. Also, we'd have to look at what that lease involved, how much it was, in order to be able to figure out how much to capitalize it at. We could look at a specific example and probably make a comparison, but I think that would be probably how it would have to be done. We would have to have a specific parcel of land to look at, and we can certainly probably, like I said, if we can get the taxpayer to agree to allow us to do that comparison, we could do that.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I did find the statutory reference as it relates to confidentiality.
Yes, sir.
The statutory reference is in Wyoming Statute 3913-102, subsection Q, and the entire thing is all of subsection Q. So there's an awful lot to be about it. Under subsection 2 of that, it says, without written authorization from the taxpayer, no current or former official, officer, employee, or agent of the state of Wyoming or any political subdivision thereof shall release taxpayer returns and return information pertaining with except under written authorization. So that's the confidentiality statute that is being followed. And what we typically do, if there is a question from one of the assessors, we just contact, and we actually have a form we use to contact the taxpayer and ask them to release the information to the assessor.
Thank you, Mr. Noble. Can we think of a change to that statute that would include the assessor automatically as one of the persons covered by the confidentiality ruling? So they could see all the information, but they couldn't share it without getting a request from the taxpayer. But that would bring them in the loop, and they certainly have an interest in being in the loop. And I can see it even more in the case of, like, for example, wind energy development, where sort of what the state assesses as industrial property is the null set of what the locals assess as agricultural property, and that has to fit together. And I don't think that if both parties aren't together on that, it's hard to make sure in my mind that that happens. I hope you understand what I'm talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can work with Josh, and we could probably come up with some language to change that to allow the assessor to at least have knowledge of the actual information used in creating the assessment. That I'll work with him on that sort of language.
I'd sure appreciate it, and thank you very much. Totally agree that the assessor would be bound by the same confidentiality restrictions that everybody else is in that. So that's good. Mr. Chairman's back. I yield.
Thanks. Further discussion for Mr. Meyer. Representative Roscoe, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Meyer, is there not a standard amount of land that goes with a footprint for one turbine?
I believe there is, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Roscoe. I believe there is a standard. I do not remember it exactly right now as to how far you have to be around. That would be another thing. I think that is in statute.
Okay. Representative Roscoe, another one?
Thank you. Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, thank you. It seems like they're all about, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like they're all about the same. Unless you're including roads in this development, and we already know the amount of permitted turbines on the project. I mean, it seems like we should know what to assess, but tell me how far off I am. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, I believe we could find that out because when they lease it out, that legal description on how big it is and where it is within the lease agreement. So we would need the lease agreement to see what exactly they're using for that. If it was 1,000 acres, 1,500 acres, and then as compared to the rest of the land. So that could be worked out if we saw the lease agreement and the legal descriptions that they would have had to use for that lease agreement, which would include how many acres are in there. And that's what we're looking for right now.
Similar to how we do oil and gas and a standard well pad and those type of things.
Correct.
All right, seeing no further questions for Mr. Meyer. Thank you very much, Pat, for joining us. I know we're going to have you later on, maybe today, maybe tomorrow morning if we move over. With that, Maria White, welcome to Revenue.
Thank you.
It's nice looking paint behind you.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Certainly can, yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Mariah White. I am a citizen of Albany County. And I am strongly in favor of repealing the tax break and increasing our state's revenue, especially at this time of financial insecurity. The highly paid lobbyists of the wind industry have complained and threatened to move future projects to other states. The truth is that other states, including Montana and New Mexico, have joined Wyoming in consideration of increasing their state tax on wind energy. Montana Senator Dwayne Anneke stated in response to the potential of an increase of state tax by $1 per megawatt hour, it's no more than any other energy pays. confirming the fact that behind this increase is an accurate representation that wind energy is not taxed as much as natural gas or other energy sources. New Mexico has toyed with the idea and proposed a bill specific to wind energy sold out of state. I think that's a great idea. Increase taxes on commodities that are sold elsewhere. The major source of research done on the cost of doing business in Wyoming for the wind industry comes from a study done by the University of Wyoming in 2019. This study looked specifically at increasing the production tax by $4 per megawatt hour, not $1, as legislation denotes. A $1 increase is very modest and keeps Wyoming ranked as one of the best Western states to place a wind farm, despite what the opposition wants you to believe. Washington State, for example, has one of the highest costs of doing business in the Western states, yet wind farms are still being developed there. It is just like what my colleague Neil talked about with the history. These wind taxes or these extra taxes that are imposed on energy, different types of energy are complained about, and they just, because who wants to pay more taxes? And then the industry absorbs it and we keep moving forward. Let's see. Wind turbines do not run on wind, they run on government subsidies. This really needs to be remembered, I think, by all of us. So this industry does not support itself by selling its product. The wind industry itself has documented that the supply of energy right now is 4 times the amount of the demand. So these wind energy projects are not really able to sell their product at a marketable rate. 71% of the money, the capital, and the income that comes to wind energy corporations is from taxpayers' money. I mean, 70%, that's crazy. Who can run a business and expect to gain 70% of its income from the federal government and state governments? So because of the industry not being able to support itself, when these subsidies stop, which I believe they truly will, I mean, there's going to come a point when 38% efficiency for converting electricity to product by these wind turbines is going to become unacceptable. There's going to be other technologies that come up and rise up and replace wind. Then these inefficient wind companies will go bankrupt, and will Wyoming be regretful of the millions of tons of wind blades filling our landfills like they already do in Casper? To protect Wyoming, this tax increase will hedge the bet against a fall in big wind. Wind energy companies make it seem like they are doing Wyoming a favor by providing tax revenue and creating jobs so our young people don't have to move out of state for a decent job. To give perspective to how many permanent jobs are created by the wind industry, there is an average of 1 permanent job per every 1,300 acres used. So most wind projects in Wyoming right now are offering only a dozen or 2 permanent jobs to Wyomingites in exchange for massive amounts of land that are being eaten up by these things. Don't forget to consider the other negative effects, which are many. Financially, tourism does and will suffer. New residents that build houses provide much more income and taxes when a piece of land is zoned agriculture and changes to residential, as well as local tradespeople are hired. Might I add, much more than the 20% of laborers that most wind projects employ for their temporary construction of a wind project. But will new residents want to move to an area covered with wind turbines? Absolutely not. That's just logic, common sense. So it is extremely short-sighted to promote these companies with tax incentives and tax rates that are not consistent across all energy sources and not consistent with other states. Wyoming has already lost out on millions of dollars, if not more, for no good reason. Also, I would like to add that there is not a lot of opposition out there in the United States towards wind projects from local residents and especially adjacent landowners, because when a wind company engages in a lease contract, they are usually put under a gag order that comes with the lease. And so therefore, even if they suffer negative health effects, if they get to watch and see, I've read many reports where near the wind turbines, it just reeks of rotting bird flesh. I mean, because they kill so many birds and they're just laying everywhere. It's just like a huge cemetery, a bird cemetery. I mean, there's so many negative effects that have not been reported and are coming out slowly. Iowa just submitted a health report about living near wind turbines. Brown County, Wisconsin has brought in some health regulations as far as wind turbines go and how they relate with people. And Canada has done a lot of research because there is no gag order there.
Can we throw some questions at you at this point, Ms. White?
That's good.
All right. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page here. Any questions?
Yeah.
Mariah White. Looking from the committee, I am not seeing any, but certainly appreciate your testimony. That is another view that the committee needs to hear, and we appreciate you for waiting 4 hours to testify. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Technically, I have Mr. Brown up next. I see Stephanie's already in the room, though. Chris, are you on? I'm looking through my screens.
I am, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Hi. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time of yours and the committee today, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Brown. I'm representing Powering Up Wyoming, and we are opposed to the continued proposals increasing the taxes on wind energy in Wyoming. And like many of those that spoke before me, our concern remains that more tax on wind energy risks pushing some of these projects to the other states instead of equating to more revenue for Wyoming. Today throughout this discussion, you've heard about the need for Wyoming to remain competitive, and we share that sentiment. Over the last few meetings and today, we've heard proponents of this tax speak to the need for Wyoming to generate and diversify revenue. And I think that we all agree that our state is in dire need of additional non-mineral revenue streams. I mean, our state is at a financial crossroad, no doubt. And wind energy is positioned to play an important role in addressing that. As was mentioned earlier today by Mr. Darren, there is nearly $10 billion in projected wind projects for Wyoming. These investments can result in hundreds of millions of new dollars in sales, property, and generation taxes for the state if they're realized. Over the past handful of meetings, Mr. Chairman, and throughout the interim, we've heard a lot of assumption that wind energy will continue to develop at an increased rate in the future. And I think that that is an accurate assessment, but where is the question? The study released a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Chairman, by the university and by the Ruckelshaus Institute clearly illustrates that Wyoming residents support renewable energy as part of our state's overall energy portfolio. And it's our perspective, Mr. Chairman, that a stable and competitive business environment will result in many of these increased investments being made, increasing the tax revenues being realized by both state and local governments, as well as providing increased job opportunities in areas where the development occurs. And the tax relief realized that we heard about earlier today by Carbon, Converse, and Laramie counties due to wind development during what has been an otherwise extremely challenging year are good examples of the diversification and benefit that can be built upon if we can remain competitive, Mr. Chairman. More taxes, continued uncertainty, we fear, will result in many of these new taxpayers tax-paying developers and their projects being realized in other states, Mr. Chairman. The wind industry is ready to be an important part of the solution for Wyoming if we can remain stable and competitive. I appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, everybody likes stability and competitiveness. Representative Sweeney, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in another life, Chris, you represent Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant. And we've heard several testimonies what a negative impact to tourism. And I realize you're testifying on behalf of a different client, but I would like to kind of have your perspective, being we're on these subjects of these two bills, your perspective of that. Is this gonna kill our tourism industry?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Sweeney, thank you very much for the question. And I am not here today representing the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association, but I would put forth this, Representative Sweeney. I have looked into that. I've read into as many articles as I can find, and I have not found one article that indicates that tourism numbers decline based on wind energy development. I read a few articles on the East Coast where wind farms actually attract and are a positive thing for tourism. I can't speak to whether that is the case here in Wyoming or not, but I will say, Mr. Chairman and Representative Sweeney, in that capacity, I do get calls from tourists now and then complaining about various things, from, you know, a hotel they had a bad experience at, or whatever, some trouble that a tourist had. Never once has someone called me to complain about the wind farms in Wyoming, just the same as they haven't called me to complain as they drive into Casper about the power plant that greets them on the way into town, or if they're taking a right in Sinclair to head up to the world famous Miracle Mile. I've never received a call about how the refinery there impacts their experience either, Mr. Chairman and Representative Sweeney. I believe that Wyoming has always been a multi-use state that is highly valued by both residents and visitors, and I believe we will continue to be so as we continue to move forward.
Good positive message. Any other questions for Mr. Brown? Senator Case.
I think that tourism question is an interesting one. And I do note that we're not seeing the development of proposals in national parks, at national monuments in Teton County. And, you know, of course, there's the problem they don't have a lot of wind, but if Teton County had as much wind as Rollins, I still don't think that we would probably have wind farm development there. I think people like Representative Sweeney are in the catbird seat because they own a property in Rollins, which will benefit from the development, even if the tourism falls off, or I don't know, you know. But I kind of agree that I don't think that tourism is the big thing that a lot of people have made this out to be. You know, but it is definitely true that if it were good for tourism, I think Teton County would be wishing that they had more wind, and I kind of doubt that. So there's a little bit of hype here.
Maybe.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr.
Would you agree, Mr. Brown, that there's sometimes some hype?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to respond to that, please.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Case, as well. By no means am I suggesting that wind farms are a tourism boon. I was just responding to the question of, will tourism be impacted by wind farms? And in the amount of research that I've done, I have not encountered anything that indicates it would be a deterrent of tourism. And I have read some articles about some wind on the East Coast that have been attracting to visitors. That's all I was trying to get across, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate it. Any other questions? Seeing none at this time, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, Ms. Williams. Thank you for waiting all day, Stephanie. I'm glad we can make it work, even if it is late in the afternoon. But welcome to the Revenue Committee again, but virtually this time.
Thank you for having me. Yes, it's late in the day, but I'm thankful, Chairman, for the opportunity to testify. Interjex Renewables is the owner of Boswell Springs Wind Project, which is 320 megawatt wind project located in Albany County. We are a permitted but yet to be built project. We would need to cross the finish line of the Pacific Corp PPA to build this project in the near future. Should we be successful in this recent RFP we are shortlisted on in Albany County, we would be bringing $2.2 million a year in for 30 years to Albany County. This is 54 million total contribution to the county that will come whether the economy is humming along or facing serious recession. Earlier comments about impact to taxpayers with ores in Wyoming's water are relevant in today's discussion, as wind is currently paying 3 separate taxes. I won't belabor the committee with this. It's been well covered today, but there's sales tax, property tax, and wind generation tax. And Wyoming is seen as a heavy tax state for the wind industry. Boswell Wind is projected to provide $17.6 million to Wyoming in sales tax alone during construction. Over the first 4 years of the project operations, property taxes paid by the project will average $3.2 million annually. Property taxes will be payable for the life of the project. Wind tax will also be payable for the ongoing project at a life average of $1.7 million per year. We have continually been challenged in developing this specific project, and many of you have heard me testify. This is my 5th time in one of these hearings. And I've been to Wyoming a number of times. Since 2018, when we purchased this project, it's really been difficult to move this project over the finish line. The state of Wyoming has an opportunity to be the leader in wind energy. To do so, there needs to be willingness among elected officials with regards to promoting stable policy. Just continuing the effort to levy multiple taxes on a single business sends a message to financial markets that Wyoming changes business terms yearly and it's not a place to invest billions of dollars. Boswell alone represents an investment of about $450 million. Please let us build the project.
I do like millions of dollars. Questions for Ms. Williams? I'm not seeing any, Stephanie, but are you still based out of Southern California? Weather nice?
I'm in San Diego, yes. I tried not to have the sunlight in the window. But I am thinking about moving there now. I've considered it.
I like it. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Have a great rest of your day.
Have a great day.
And then people in the audience, how many of you wish to testify on this bill? Just so I know, 3. Okay, so we have Mr. Menear up next on Zoom. And then I think we have 3 people here in Cheyenne to testify in person that I know about. And then we'll close public comment. So with that, Commissioner Menear, Chairman Menear, welcome. Thanks for waiting with us 5 or 6 hours now.
Mr. Chairman, my pleasure. Can you hear me? All right,
Yes.
Okay. I don't know all of you, but by way of background, I spent 6 years as being the chairman of the State Board of Equalization and 8 years as being the chairman of the Public Service Commission. And on top of that, I'm one of the people that owns property near the footprint of the proposed rail-tie wind project, which is how my interest in this subject got piqued. One of the things that the main reason I'm here today is to tell you that in my view, the wind farm industry has set itself up to pay less, far less in property taxes than any other industrial facilities in the state. You'll need to bear with me for just a second to see why this is so. So I need to have you imagine, but for sake of comparison, that I were to go out and build an electric power plant with 40 years of life. I'd start out the first year of my plant having 100% of its value. And then the way that I'd keep my records would be to depreciate it over time, pretty much in a straight line down to 0 at the end of its life. So by the time I got 10 years in, it'd be at 75% of its value. Halfway in, it'd be 50% of its value. 3/4 of the way in, it'd be 25% of its value. It would drop over time. The question would be, let's just start out and consider how the state assessed property would address, their valuation system would address this. They do it by three approaches to value. The first one is to consider historic cost less depreciation. So in that one, at the very beginning of the project, you're going to collect a lot of revenue because you're levering against the full 100%. By the time we get 3/4 of the way through the project, we're down to levying against 25% if that's our test. But that's not the only test that the state appraisers use. And these tests are laid out in Chapter 7 of the regulations. The other two are a capitalized income approach and a sales comparison approach. So basically, I'm going to focus on the second one because it'll make my point easier eventually. I may have a coal-fired power plant whose equipment is old, but 30 years into the project, I may be like some of these plants that are making more money than they ever did because prices have gone up. There's still a market for that generation. In that case, what would happen would be the appraiser would be looking at how much money I was making and use really that test to decide how to value the property. So it wouldn't all be based on how old the plant would be. It'd be based on also what the plant can still do. And also if the plant were saleable, what other plants would be saleable for in the vicinity. So you've got a three-legged stool here, essentially. Now, the problem that you run into in Wyoming right now is that in the memorandum that the Department of Revenue has put out, and it makes complete sense to me, they say that for the wind farm industry, it's difficult or impossible to use anything but the historic cost less depreciation approach. So if you followed me, what that means is opposed to having three ways to look at what this plant is worth, we only got one. When we get to the later years of a wind farm in Wyoming, as opposed to considering how much money it might earn or doing a real appraisal at all, we're down to one test. And that one test will radically undervalue what the property is worth. There's another hitch in here as well. If you go to look at the Railtie Wind Project's calculations of what taxes it proposes to pay, which incidentally only include the historic cost less depreciation approach, they propose to get, it's a 35-year project, they propose to get to 20% of value, 20% of value after 20 years. So what they're doing is depreciating it lots faster than my standard model, which is the way, from my experience at the Board of Equalization and the Public Service Commission, normally if you get a big facility, it's got a lot of steel and concrete in it, a lot of heavy machinery, you do a straight line from start of the beginning of the project down to the end of its life. There's a lot else that can go into it, like various pieces of equipment, but that's the idea. So the wind farm industry, at least in the form of Railtie, proposed to radically accelerate that depreciation, and the result of that will be to drive their property taxes down from the second year out compared to anybody else that's doing it on the straight line basis. Now, I don't know who else beside Railtie Wind Project would be proposing to depreciate more quickly than the long-term straight line over the life of the project. But I am willing to bet you that Railtie is not an outlier. So we've got a problem here. And I don't know that there's a simple solution. There are a lot of reasons, I think they're good reasons that the department raises about the difficulty of getting sound financial information that relate to wind farms. But the key thing to keep in mind is when the wind industry complains to you about the fact that it's bearing all these property taxes and the fact that it's got all these burdens and it's doing all this, that, and the other thing, the answer to me, from my perspective, is no, it's not entirely true. Sure, it's got some burdens, but not all the ones that are comparable to all the rest of the industrial properties in the state of Wyoming. I can also shed, I think, a little light on the question of what happens when there's a lease for land. Like everyone else, I've been confused about in the memo that the Department of Revenue's prepared. There is a discussion about that leaves you to think that there'll be an area, and in it there are little dots where you're locating the wind farm, the turbines themselves. Well, it turns out in Converse County, at least, my understanding is that the footprint is actually defined as the entire acreage which is operated by the wind farm. So that's basically everything. There's no little islands or anything like that. It's the whole kit and caboodle. So for the 3 wind farms in Converse County, my understanding is there are 34,000 acres that are set aside under lease. The state, when it appraises the property, and they're doing this, what they're doing when they look at capitalizing those leases. So we've heard this come up before, but what they're really doing is they're going to use the historic cost less depreciation model and treat that lease like an asset. So they're looking at income stream and adding up into the assets that the plant has, and that's how they're valuing it. Because there is a state valuation, the state preempts any other valuation. So what can happen is you can wind up with the agricultural leaseholder still grazing on the property, but exempt from taxation. I don't know exactly why we got the answer we did earlier from our friend in Converse County, but I think the Converse County assessor would give you a different answer. So it's a pretty good deal for the ranchers. And I'm not against the ranchers because, as the assessor would also point out, agricultural values are so low that in the context of everything else we're doing, it's really not that big a deal. The big deal, I think, is really with the problem of only having one approach to valuation. Another way to maybe sum all that up is that the valuation, the appraisal method that we have, that we've used for years, that's worked for our industries, doesn't seem to work too well for the wind farm industry. And I think that's something that would be fair to either A, address in some way, or B, to take into account when you decide whether or not you should be adding another $1 megawatt tax or collecting now the $1 megawatt tax that's already in the books. One of the other things I think you ought to know is, I think Mr. Noble might still be on the line. He can correct me if I'm wrong about all this, for that matter. But when you get in to the problem of trying to get good financial information, it can take you forever. When I was on the Board of Equalization, we had tax cases involving some of the big gas plants over in the southeastern part of the state, Whitney Canyon and the like. Turns out that BP Amoco keeps its books on basically a continental basis. They don't break out any records for the plant in question. And what we were dealing with always was some tax accountant, usually, who gave us allocations. And I can tell you that we had many happy hours fighting over how those allocations worked. A lot of the same thing happens and the Public Service Commission, when you get into trying to figure out what their capital structure is. We had one instance where a relatively small utility had a parent corporation that went up to a limited partnership owned by GE. And the question was, how much does it cost them to borrow money? Well, if you go all the way up to where GE is, it turns out that they can borrow money at 0.25% by rolling over their LIBOR account in London. And the company is so big that wouldn't even notice this. So you wind up again arguing about, okay, but that's not we're not doing this with that theoretical company. We're doing it with a theoretical company that should be capitalized in Wyoming and so on and so forth. But again, it can take many happy hours. Right now, the Department of Revenue is administering all its valuations for wind farms, basically, I think still with one person. And I think when we put together programs, we need to realize that depending on how simple or complex you make it, you'll have either a larger or a lesser administrative problem. I honestly tend to favor an excise tax over a gross products tax, simply because it's easier to follow. Once you get into gross products taxes, and once you get into who paid whom for what and deductions and the like, I think it gets much more difficult to administer. So thank you very much for listening to me. And if there's anything you'd like to have me go over again, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
So on regards to both bills, I understand the way we're valuing them is probably off on how the department does. And I guess I'll ask the Department of Revenue in a second. But in regards to the actual legislation, Mr. Menear, any specific thoughts, or is it until we can value it better?
Well, first of all, I'd say that the bills don't address the property tax component of this at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point is really that when people talk about the various taxes that the companies are paying, my feeling is that strong feeling is that they're not bearing the same property tax burden that other industrial corporations are. I, for example, would really favor imposing both taxes. I'd favor repealing the moratorium. I'd favor adding the additional dollar. And I think my feeling about that is, in the long run, I think we all know that, I feel like I'm going to wind up paying some kind of income tax. I think my property taxes are going to go up. I think a lot of things are going to go up. But I think that if you decide not to do this, I think you're also sending the signal that somehow the wind industry is exempt from all this because it's successfully complained. And I don't think they should be exempt from the burdens that are facing us all. So that's the way I'd solve it. But I raised this with the property tax again, just to let you know that when they say, geez, we're being mistreated, actually, no, they're being more favorably treated than any other industry.
Right. Any questions for Mr. Menear? I'm not seeing you right now, Al, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the chairman for participating and being involved in this subject. He's brought something to my mind that I didn't understand, and I'm very, very grateful. And it's been a long time since he's testified before a committee when I was the chairman of that we had this such a great meeting of the mind. And I just want to welcome him and thank him. Thank him very much.
Me too. All right. Thank you, Mr. Menear. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out with us for 6 hours of waiting. It's been a long committee. All right. With that, I don't see any more public comment on wind in the room. So let me ask for a public comment in person here in Cheyenne. Ms. Harpstreth, welcome as you make your way to the front. The only thing that people online have said is pull the microphone just a little closer to you. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Ashley Harpstreet. I'm the Executive Director for Wyoming Taxpayers Association. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts today. Since there are new members joining us today, I wanted to remind the committee how we arrive at our formal positions of legislation. Positions that we take are based on an analysis of the legislation against the cornerstones of taxation by our policy committee, which comprises of all members present at that meeting. Their recommendation is then forwarded on to our 20-member board of directors for a decision. In the analysis, as I mentioned, we look at the 4 cornerstones. Is the tax justified? Is the tax equitable among taxpayers? Does the proposal create a stable revenue stream? And finally, is it transparent? Is the tax visible, accountable, and audible? With that said, based on the very complex and complicated draft bill for 21 LSO 0334 electrical generation tax, our board has taken a position of opposition. We know that you are trying to get at a broad-based tax, and we recognize you understand the Constitution. So in light of some of the new information presented today, potential amendments. If this moves forward, I will look forward to bringing it back to my board and review accordingly. As far as the other bill, LSO 0134, Wind Energy Production Tax, as analyzed through our cornerstones, just a few points there. It is not justified, as it discourages the business of generating electricity in Wyoming and will ultimately modify behavior. We have concerns of the loss of revenue from sales and property as highlighted by the economic analysis as presented from the University of Wyoming to the Joint Revenue Committee in July 2019. It is not equitable as wind projects located in Wyoming would have to pay the tax, but wind projects outside of the state and outside the border, delivering the power into the state would not have to pay the tax. It is not stable since it does not lead to more diversified revenues for Wyoming. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Wyoming Taxpayers Association. In committee, I would remind you if it's possible to leave your cameras on because the YouTube channel only shows whose cameras are on. And right now I think there's 5 in this committee meeting. So if you are by your computer and don't mind gracing us with your face, that would be great. Questions for Ms. Harpstrud? I'm not seeing anything. Yep,
Okay,
we're good to go. Thank you, Ashley. Other public comment from people here in Cheyenne? Yep, come on down, sir. It's appearing that you get to be the final word today. Hey.
Somebody else is good. I'll just be honest, I didn't come here to comment on wind. I came here to comment on gaming, but it doesn't look like we're going to get to that. But I did want to, I listened to some of the comments.
Oh, introduce yourself first.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
I'm Greg Hunter from Laramie, Wyoming. Again, I came up here to comment on gaming. But when I hear that people talk about putting wind farms and their tourist attractions, I have to kind of, especially if you're from California, I've been to Palm Springs before, never saw one wind turbine from Palm Springs. However, if you go up to Desert Hot Springs, where most of the labor lives for Palm Springs, you'll see plenty of those windmills, and they are broken down and terrible to me. So I just want to say that and so maybe Laramie's deciding whether they want to be Palm Springs or Desert Hot Springs or both at the same time. So anybody that says they come to tour to look at windmills, I'm sorry, I just had to come up here and say that seems, and I've been to Palm Springs and I really despise the windmills in Desert Hot Springs, but I do like the hot springs at Desert Hot Springs. So that's all my testimony. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. And actually, my best friend is the district manager of the BLM for Southern California, based in Palm Springs.
Oh, maybe I should sit for questions.
No.
I doubt I get any.
I didn't see any more from the committee. There doesn't seem to be questions, so you should be
Okay,
good.
thank you so much.
All right, I appreciate it. With that committee, I believe we're going to close public comment on the first 2 bills from this morning at 3:30, barring any objections from any committee members. And with that, at this point, your chairman is looking for a motion to discuss either bill first. I don't know if the committee has a bill they would like to bring forward to put on the table, but I'm waiting to see any hands. Still waiting. Representative Hallonen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we discuss wind energy production tax 21 LSO-0134.
All right, the bill has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Case. We are on 134. Committee, as it's in the meeting materials that you can look through the statutory construction. I think it's the same section we've talked about many meetings now, but really there are 2 parts. One to take out the 3-year imposition and one to add a 1 cent increase. So with that, if there's any comments, Senator Ellis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make the committee aware that I work for a law firm and we represent a number of wind companies. I don't have a technical conflict, but to avoid the appearance of a conflict, I'll be declaring a conflict on this vote. Thanks.
Thank you.
As well as the next, Mr. Chairman.
On either, okay. Committee, does anybody want to bring amendments to the bill on 134 regarding the tax rate or the 3-year window? Looking through cameras, not seeing anyone's hand or motion. Anybody have any comments or discussion? I'm still not seeing any from the committee, so Representative Hallinan, go ahead. Give us your final pitch, and we might throw it up for a vote after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say that there's been no discussion here of the federal production tax credit that is applied to these windmills. And so I'll bring this information to the group here. A 1 megavolt or megawatt plant or windmill has production that would reduce their federal tax credit. They would receive a federal tax credit of $985,000 in its 10 years of production. And we're talking about a tax, a $1 tax on this production. And during a 10-year period, that $1 tax would cost the company $39,000. $39,000 in tax versus a $985,000 federal tax credit. So I think that the amount of expense that is related to this tax is pretty minimal. And that's why I have this bill before you. So I think that answers that question. The next question I will answer is the market needs. And this data that I get is from the comments that were made at the corporations tax group. Corporations tax, when they reviewed the 3-year exemption. They said in the testimony by the expert who was there, Wyoming currently has 1,816 megawatts operating wind in the state and nearly 6,000 megawatts of generation that is permitted by the ISC, and many cases already under construction. These are new megawatts. In addition, there are a host of existing projects that are repowered in the last few years. If the tax were overly burdensome, talking about the $1 currently in effect, the pipeline would be smaller or perhaps empty. Instead, the industry has been able to absorb the impact of the tax. So I think that the fact is that we hear a lot of crying from the companies that produce this energy, and they do so just as one of our testimonials gave, talking about the oil companies and the coal companies. When they came, they couldn't pay, but they have, and they have prospered. So I think that the electrical industry would also prosper. The issue of the tax revenues that would result from having this $1 tax and the end of the 3-year exemption, the state would receive the tax revenue for the state of Wyoming would be $168 million in 9 years. And I also said in my comments earlier that it'd be $24 million to the local taxpayers in 9 years. So the tax would be considerable from that. The cost in terms of employers, of employment, we're talking about, I don't know how many employees we're talking about that work in the electrical production of the windmills, but I know that there would be a balance in the fact of the loss of employment in the tourism business. I think that has been discussed previously by other people here, but I think that is a fact that we'd have to do a balance between the two. The loss of employment for the employers, for the workers in the windmills, and versus the amount that would be lost in the tourism business. A second thing, another thing that we should discuss is the colonial factor. Wyoming is not a colony of California, and there is no reason why we should give them the possibility of avoiding all of the downsides that these windmills produce in our state. And I think that's a very significant issue. And that's been brought up in regard to the effect on the wildlife and the other issues that are important to our state. And I don't think that we are a colony, and I don't want to have us act like a colony for another state. California right now, they have had a very big problem in providing the electricity that they need in their state. So why should we have a low price for them to do that? I think that we can charge more for this product here in our state. And a $1 charge, a $1 increase is a very small price to pay. I think there's very good likelihood that these companies would still come here. I don't think that we lose very many. If we lose some, that would possibly delay the effect of the overproduction of these windmills in our state. So I think we need to use some time. We need to do the long view that was discussed by several of our people giving testimony. And for that, Mr. Chairman, that is my proposal. That's why I think we need to have this $1 tax added to the wind production. And we also need to end the 3-year exemption from payment of that tax. And that would result, like I said, in $168 million to the state of Wyoming. And that is a considerable amount in 9 years' time. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. I don't think the wind's going to stop blowing in Wyoming either for several centuries at least. Further comments from the committee before we call the roll?
Yes.
Representative Western? Oh, you're just signing your camera on. All right. With that committee, the question before us is whether or not to sponsor as a committee bill LSO Draft 134 for the 21 legislative session, whenever that may be. Josh, if you would call the roll, please.
Senator Baldwin.
No.
Senator Beitman.
No.
Senator Driscoll.
No.
Senator Ellis.
Conflict.
Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative Connolly.
No.
Representative Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Representative Hallinan.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
No.
Representative Roscoe.
No.
Representative Sweeney.
No.
Representative Western.
No.
Co-Chairman Case.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Zwaniter.
Aye.
5 ayes, Mr. Chairman.
Don't think that one quite made it this meeting. We're on now to 345, the electrical generation tax. Is there anybody who would like to move that bill forward? I know moved by Senator Case. Is there a second? Seconded by Dayton Selman. Bill is on the table. I know this is significantly more complicated, especially to explain to members of the public and probably to members of the legislature about how these taxes work. But if there are any amendments to the statutory language, I would think the only one that is popping up on my radar would be the 3% of, we need to make that 3.5 or 4 or 5 based on the chart that Mr. Temte has provided. But certainly if somebody wanted to try for 2, it's a diminishing return number when you have to take the tax credits off that anything less than 3, if you start running the numbers, really isn't worth the administrative costs. So let me just check to see if there's any amendments from the committee on the draft language. And Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the bill is written as a megawatt hour charge. I would move to make it the gross receipts charge. That would be an amendment.
That is so moved. Let me get a second to see if
It's just a better fit for the bill.
seconded by Connolly. And then if you could maybe explain quickly to the committee and then the YouTube audience what that does.
Mr. Chairman, so basically what it does, Mr. Chairman, is to take the bill and conform it to the analysis presented by Mr. Temke. And with that, there was a whole different set of analysis involving a megawatt hour charge, which is kind of like what we have on wind generation now. But this would make it gross receipts from electrical sales. And if we do have a second, so if I could just discuss it.
Please.
You know, it's the one that makes the most sense. I think it has a lot of administrative ease. And just to, if you were to imagine whether we can successfully impose is not quite the right word, but have this tax be shared with our partners that buy, other state partners that buy electricity from Wyoming. In your mind for a second, just imagine that instead of talking about a gross receipts tax, we were talking about an income tax on electricity. Clearly, that would be permitted under the multi-state protocol that these utilities have entered into, because other states have income taxes. And that's the cost of generation resources in other states, if you think about it. So an income tax is perfectly okay. Under Wyoming Constitution, we can impose an income tax, but we deduct everything that we're deducting in this from the gross receipts tax. So I think that logic kind of brings it home. It's a better way of doing it. It's easier to understand and explain. I'm not proposing a specific level of tax with this particular amendment. I'd suggest we can always drop it down. It'd probably be better go to 5%, but I'm just saying, let's use the gross receipts model.
Okay, on that amendment, further discussion from the committee. Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the committee, I seconded that motion because I truly believe it is the better way to do an electrical generation tax than by megawatt hour. And in fact, it's why I don't like the former bill, that I think putting dollar specifics into statutes just doesn't make sense, because the value of a dollar changes the minute after we pass the bill, as well as actually the megawatt hour actually penalizes the production of energy that's more efficient. You know, if you can produce energy at $100, right, that dollar difference is a whole lot different than if you produce it at $20. And so it makes sense to me that we instead do it by gross earnings. That being said, I still think that there are lots of problems going forward with this in general, but this is, I think, the much better way if we are to do it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You call them problems, I call them opportunities. But I do agree, if we're going to move this bill forward, even if you don't like it, the amendment before us is a much cleaner and fairer way under Wyoming to present the bill. So further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Case's amendment, please raise your hand into the camera for me. I've got Dayton, Selman, Connolly, Roscoe, Sweeney, Larson, Baldwin, Beitman. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I have Blackburn, Western as no's. All right, that amendment has passed. We are back on the bill. Committee, any further discussion or amendments to LSO draft 345? Senator Case, go again.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer the amendment I spoke about earlier, which related to the directing the Public Service Commission to have an amendment to basically get rid of the, how do I say this, to make it less impactful on our industrial customers. And so I sent that around to everybody earlier. It would actually bring into the bill the creation of of a section within the public utility law, and that's Title 37. It would add a new section, 3716-301. And this is what the gist of it is. I think we'll probably refine it later. It would be in establishing rates for industrial customers of electric utilities, comma, the Public Service Commission shall take into consideration the electrical generation tax imposed in 3924-103. That's the imposition statute in this bill. For purposes of determining the tax burden to be recovered from industrial customers, comma, the commission shall permit customers to select generation types and the resulting tax burden accordingly, so that they can select only for purposes of this tax and the implications with respect to rates to have more of one type of generation than others. It softens the blow for industrial customers, and I think that's important because remember, we have these customers pay a lot of the freight in Wyoming, not just in electricity bills, but in total tax burden across our state. And so that's why I offer the amendment.
So these are the industries that keep Wyomingites employed. Would I also be correct that if there were some electric utility customers who did want a certain mix from the power grid, who would pay more, that's in the mix. If they wanted an all, let's say, renewable or green, that wouldn't be so much for tax purposes, but it would affect under this, if this bill passes.
Mr. Chairman, let me clear that up just a little bit.
Thank you.
It's at least partially right. Right now, there are customers that want more green electricity, and they like to do it for their corporate governance and stewardship of the planet. So they subscribe to more renewable energy. And that would be permitted. It'd be permitted in the future. I don't want to change that. I think that's a good thing. But what this does not do, Mr. Chairman, is to allow these industrial customers to actually choose to get more coal, for example, and drive future generation plans. So you can't just say, well, I just want coal. I'm a big customer, I just want coal. I know that's not exactly fair because you can actually say, I just want renewables, at least with some utilities. But it's not really a fair world. And that there's just lots of reasons why we can't let customers choose the actual generation. But we can let them choose for tax purposes and for the rate purposes. And I've talked to folks at the commission and the OCA, and they do believe that this is a doable thing to derive rates based on the tax-based subscription, not the actual subscription that these very large customers choose. And these very large customers are already paying a lot of the freight in Wyoming, and I want to give them a break.
Okay, further discussion from the committee. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Case's amendment, please raise your hand. I have Dayton Selman, Senator Driscoll, Senator Baldwin, Senator Bite. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Got Rep. Larson, Rep. Sweeney, Rep. Roscoe, Rep. Blackburn, Rep. Connolly, Rep. Western. That amendment has failed. We are back on the bill. Any further discussion from the committee? Further amendments? Representative Sweeney, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so page 10, 10, line 12, I'd like to amend that to be instead of 3 1/2% at 2%.
Okay, so on the bill, I'm just pulling it up. Too many screens on my computer. On page, did you mean on page 10, line 13, Representative Sweeney?
And Mr. Chairman, that's with the staff comment.
Mm-hmm.
And we, by a previous amendment, we adopted this part of the bit into the bill.
True. Okay, so the amendment is for 2.5 instead of 3.5. Is there a second? Going once, going twice. I'm not seeing a second there, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. All right, any further discussion on the bill, committee? Not seeing any. So with that, Josh, if you'd call the roll on making LSO Draft 345 a committee bill for the 2021 session.
Mr. Chairman, this is for 21 LSO 345 as amended. Senator Baldwin.
No.
Senator Beitman.
No.
Senator Driscoll.
No.
Senator Ellis.
Conflict.
Representative Blackburn.
No.
Representative Connolly.
No.
Representative Dayton Selman.
No.
Representative Hallinan.
No.
Representative Larson.
No.
Representative Roscoe.
No.
Representative Sweeney.
No.
Representative Western.
No.
Co-Chairman Case.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Zwanitzer.
Aye.
I have 2 ayes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. That must mean it's time for lunch at noon on the agenda, committee. And with that, I would say if anybody needs a break, just take one and turn off your screen. I think we're running behind enough not to try to give another 10-minute break at this point. So next up, let's go to 12 education funding, consideration of 21 LSO 76, the school funding mill levy. Josh, is it possible for you to walk us through that bill?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. This bill, if you recall, way back at our May meeting, we talked about some bills that the Revenue Committee had looked at over recent years. This bill was one we talked about at that meeting. Committee didn't take any action on it. And so it stayed alive. So we are it's coming back at this meeting. Just real quickly walking through the bill. What it would do is impose an additional 9 mills just on the industrial property class and the all other property class. So this tax would not apply to mineral production. And it would be for school purposes. It would be phased in over 3 years, the first in 2022, then additional 3 mills in 2023, and the final 3 mills for a total of 9 in 2024. That's essentially the bill, Mr. Chairman. There's a few conforming amendments over the last few pages, but take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Questions for Mr. Anderson? Questions by the committee? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any committee discussion on the bill before we open it up to public testimony? Any committee discussion? I'm not seeing, oh, Senator Beitman, I'm sorry, you're so small on my screen, but you got the big flag. Please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I think I know the answer. I just wanted to be sure. This would apply statewide and not be subject to a vote by the local school districts to opt in. This is if we pass this bill, I'm assuming this is an automatic tax increase, not an option for the local districts to impose.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. I believe that's true. Josh, do you want to confirm?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. This would go into effect automatically, not as an option.
And I guess it has implications for our school equity considerations, so maybe that's part of that. It would be statewide. Any further questions? Discussion by the committee? Anything? Okay, I'd like to open it up for public comment if everybody thinks that's appropriate. Can you help me manage? From the WEA, we've got Mr. Mullen. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, committee chair and co-committee chair and members of the committee. My name is Tate Mullen. I am the government relations director for the Wyoming Education Association. The WEA has close to 6,000 members statewide, from core educators and paraprofessionals to special educators and transportation drivers. The WEA is here today to support this proposed bill unamended. We support the bill, but we do not support the proposed amendment. What is more, the WEA supports any and all revenue generating measures that provide the much needed revenue to provide the essential services that the residents of Wyoming depend on, including healthcare and education. We have heard from the legislature and the governor himself that the state must utilize a multifaceted approach to addressing the economic crisis that the state is currently facing. The rhetoric has been that we can neither cut our way out of the crisis nor tax our way out of it. With this idea fresh in the minds of Wyoming residents, all that we have seen are problematic, deep and sustained cuts across agencies and departments that will have negative impacts on not only the service provision, but on the state's economy and its ability to rebound. It is imperative that we are able to move forward as a state and utilize a triaged approach to addressing the financial crisis, which includes raising revenue through a variety of taxes. Utilizing revenue generating measures will help to ensure that the number of jobs that are lost are kept to a minimum across the state. The fundamental driver of successful state and national economies is when middle-class individuals and families have dollars that they are able to reinvest in the economy through the purchase of goods and services. You know, the big hullabaloo has been about how to get those dollars into middle-class citizens' hands. Wyoming educators not only make up a substantial number of the workforce in the state, but they are also those very middle-class earners whose reinvestment of dollars are necessary to move the state forward and address the stalling state economy. If the legislature relies on cuts alone, jobs will be lost across the state and the revenue associated with those jobs will go as well. We need to recognize that though there have been statements made that a 10% cut to education can be accomplished without impacting the classroom, this is categorically false. Of the dollars allocated for education, over 80% of those dollars go to personnel. At the least, a 10% cut could potentially culminate in the loss of well over 1,400 educator jobs across the state. Addressing our economic crisis through cuts alone will have long-lasting negative economic repercussions for the state. And so we've also got to address some of the more pejorative myths associated with taxes. Some background that might be helpful and relevant is that I worked closely with the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities and ITEP in addressing the highly detrimental economic plans in the March to Zero implemented by then Kansas Governor Sam Brownback and Art Laffer. While the policies themselves are different, the fundamental foundations of Governor Brownback's approach to proposed economic growth and how the state of Wyoming is currently attempting to address its fiscal problems, they're the same. They rely on the false narrative that low taxes incentivize stable and successful business growth in the industries and businesses of the economy of tomorrow. What transpired in Kansas was nothing short of an economic disaster that took years to remedy. The state of Kansas saw massive negative repercussions in terms of public health, economics, increasing poverty rates, the food disparities, and in education. Residents fled that state in droves. I don't want the state of Wyoming to move down the same destructive path that Kansas endured. We've got to be able to move past the belief that, that low taxes incentivize modern, stable, and successful businesses of tomorrow. If this held true, not only would the Brownback experiment have worked, but the state of Wyoming would not be in the position that it is currently in. We wouldn't be 49th in growth state product. Over a 5-year period from 2014 to 2019, so pre-pandemic, 38th in business growth over the same time period. We would not have the third most tax revenue volatile economy in the United States. We would not have been one of the slowest states to recover from the 2008 financial collapse. And we would not be projected to be one of the slowest states, if not the slowest state, to recover from the fiscal crisis today. What is more, businesses will not leave the state if we increase taxes. And as was noted in testimony earlier today, businesses do not only look at tax structures when deciding to set up locations, right? They look at healthcare provision and education. With what little our educators have, they perform amazing feats. You know, Wyoming is best in the West again. We ranked 5th nationally, up from 6th last year in our NAEP scores. If we rely on cuts to address this crisis, we will lose educators and the students' education will ultimately suffer. Businesses look for well-educated workforces. We'll lose this capacity if we rely strictly on cuts. And this brings me to my final point. Our educators are amazing. And our education system will be a vital component of moving the state forward to effectively diversifying our economy and to be able to do what the state has thus far failed to be able to do, and that is keeping our largest investment, keeping our graduates of high schools, community colleges, and the University of Wyoming here in the state to add to the overall economic success of our state. I thank you, and with that, I'll stand for any questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Questions for Mr. Mullen? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mullen, for your testimony. I'm curious about the Kansas example that you gave us. Do you know anything about the student learning outcomes or student achievement after those cuts?
Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, thank you for the question. You know, I do not know about the student achievement or the student outcomes. That is something that I could look into and get that information to you if you would so like.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions for Mr. Mullen? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that the recalibration committee is meeting next week, and I've been participating in those meetings. And one of the discussion points that continually comes up is kind of some of the differences in how school districts decide to allocate funds. And so I just want to put a finer point on our revenue picture, because everything I hear out of the recalibration discussion tends to focus on the fact that legislators are very supportive of making sure that we're providing funding to quality teachers and really want to place an emphasis on those salaries. But I think there's concerns in other areas of how some districts decide to spend their funds. Concerns about the cost and number of administrators and their salaries, and just some of those things that quite frankly have nothing to do with in-classroom learning and teachers. And so I'm wondering if you could help us, just as we're facing our budget challenge or spending challenge, the WEA, if the revenue or the recalibration committee and as the legislature, if we found a way to retool our block grant to allow us to better protect teacher salaries, but maybe force the hand of looking for efficiencies in these other areas. Does your association support that kind of an approach?
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Mullen.
Chairman, Senator Ellis, our organization would not support redrafting the block grant. That is something that we have a constitutional obligation through the Campbell cases, and the way that is set up through the recalibration, that is just not something that the WEA would support.
Anything else?
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the sentiment that that's not something they'd support, but I don't know that that's required in the Campbell decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. I'm sure we'll have more. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I take it that the spending should just continue. There shouldn't be a look at any cuts or efficiencies. We just need to keep funding. And as you're well aware, that's just not logical to any of us at this point. We all have to tighten our belts. So is that what you're testifying to, or did I misunderstand your representation of what the Wyoming Education Association is putting forward?
Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney. No, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So the Wyoming Education Association is always absolutely available to look at efficiencies that can be had within the system. We've had discussions with the governor's education policy advisor on those very topics. But I think what our position really is we need to have a reexamination of what the actual problem is. Our position is that we don't have a spending problem in the state. What we have is a revenue problem in the state, and that we have gone down these paths that have not been economically viable for the state for a very long time. And that it is time for us to really redirect those energies and really address our tax structure in the state of Wyoming, how we generate revenue, what types of economic diversification we can bring to the state, and what role education plays in that economic diversification. So I hope that clarifies that position for you, Representative Sweeney.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does, but if the Education Association Obviously, I would invite you to the table, and I think that's what recalibration is trying to do. But it just can't be a one-sided. We've hit an impasse, and we can't have a one-sided conversation about this, and we can't blame it all on the administrators and how the money is spent with the block grant. But we need some help on finding some cost savings beyond efficiencies, because we're at that point, and so it's not continually raising taxes, although I tend to support raising certain taxes. But would you like to take one more stab at it as far as the association?
One more stab. Okay, Mr. Mullen, one more stab.
Mr. Chair, Representative Sweeney, we've already been working with members of the recalibration committee and love to be part of that work. And I think that to a certain sense, you're absolutely right. Like, we've had this kind of one-sided approach right now, which is what my testimony was alluding to, is that all we've seen are cuts. That is the only thing that we have seen across the state, and that we have heard that recognition that we need a multifaceted approach. Yet that's not what we've seen. I'd love to be at that table and have that discussion, and really to have that move forward, which is why we're here today, right, to support this bill moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mullen, do you realize how incredibly tone deaf it sounds when you take the position that, we want tax increases, that's it. We're not going to cut, even though big education hasn't been cut. You guys have been the only part of the state agencies that have been spared so far because of your obviously good lobbying efforts. But what about those people in the private sector that have lost their jobs and that have taken pay cuts, lost their health insurance? When they hear Big Ed saying, fully fund us at all costs, and we're going to raise your property taxes to fully fund us because we refuse to even take a 10% haircut or even cut the rate of our growth of spending, how bad that might play with the rest of the Wyoming public?
Thank you, Senator Beitman. I just point out that I have taken quite a haircut myself, and I'd like to see if Mr. Mullen would like to weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Beitman. I'm going to take that question in two parts. First of all, in terms of the rhetoric that this go round, no, we haven't taken cuts. Education has taken cuts in the past. Over the past 4 years, we've looked at a total of 131 million in cuts. So education has taken cuts. In terms of what that would look like in the private sector, I absolutely feel for those individuals. And it's not a matter of being tone deaf. I understand how that looks, but I also understand that if we're going to move the state forward, that it is going to require investing in education to make sure that our students are prepared for those jobs of tomorrow. When we do diversify the economy, like you had talked about in the previous meetings, it is going to require that effort. A 10% cut is going to really hamper the ability to provide the type of education that businesses are going to look at in moving to the state. I do feel for those individuals in the private industry, and it is tragic where we are at. But we need to be able to move forward in this, and education is going to be one of those components that is very important to get that done.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Committee, Representative Collins, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mullen, would you say it's fair to say that the reality of the cut that you're talking about is that over the past 10 years, the legislature has added to what the consultants have said meet our kind of minimal constitutional obligations, so that we've had a legislative model that's up here. Over the years, we haven't maintained that legislative model at all. And instead, we are now right down to the constitutional minimum that we need in order to kind of meet our constitutional obligation. And so when you talk about a cut, that really is the difference that we have gone down.
Sorry.
Is that a kind of a fair kind of summary of what you're talking about with that decrease? And then I have a follow-up for that.
Representative Conley, I apologize to you. My mic was on and I was talking with the co-chairman, and I'm sorry about that, but I think we got it. But you would be allowed to say anything.
Mr. Mullen, did that make sense to you that we're talking about that legislative model and then the evidence-based model and that loss of over $100 million over the past 5 years?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, absolutely. I think that's a very fair assessment. You know, one of the things that we have seen is, has been one of the big discussion points, right, has been the ability of the state of Wyoming to attract and retain the type of high quality educators that makes our system so successful. We have lost that competitive edge because of that closing that gap in those differences in models. So yes, I'd say your assessment is spot on.
Okay, and then Mr. Chairman, just the follow-up to it.
Go ahead.
And then Mr. Mullen, the kind of question kind of following up on Representative Sweeney and the WEA's position. I mean, isn't it true that the overwhelming dollar figure that's associated with education goes to salaries, and salaries then go to overwhelmingly kind of the education of children? And so there isn't a whole lot else that's left in there that can be cut. Now we could, if you want to go down the road of, for example, consolidating school districts, thinking again about small schools, whether or not we can afford them. Are those things that the WEA is willing to kind of put on the table for discussion as we go forward?
Thank you, Representative Conley. Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, first and foremost, yes, the money that is allocated for education largely goes, it's over 80% that goes to fund personnel. And that is directly, as you noted, directly related to the success of our students, which is why we have done so well. We do have some amazing educators, and I can't sing their praises enough here. They do an amazing job with what little they do have, and especially given the shortage of teachers that we have, not only in the state, but across the nation. So they do an amazing job. In terms of some of those issues, the WEA is absolutely willing to have some discussions when it comes to some forms of consolidation, though those may be very limited. But we are absolutely willing to come to the table and have those discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Looking around, I'm not seeing any more Dr. Hallinan. And then we'll go to Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask Mr. Mullen if he has heard of the White House, or of the, oh criminy. I'm trying to get down to
You just froze up, Dr. Hallinan. Try it again.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
I can't get myself organized here.
Do you want us to come back to you? We can take Roscoe's.
Yeah, go ahead. Somebody else can go now.
Okay. Representative Roscoe had a question, then we'll come back to you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Mullen, I hope I'm not getting off topic, but I care greatly about education. So I went to a couple of schools in my district and watched them teach and talked to the administrators who, it seems like it's at least amongst the legislature, we've been focusing on maybe that we have too many legislators. And so I asked them what they were doing, and they said mostly it's No Child Left Behind paperwork, and they are overburdened by it. And I was just wondering if the WEA has any way to affect federal policy on Wyoming's education. You know, if we can get rid of some of that stuff, so maybe we could get rid of a few administrators. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Roscoe. Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, we consult pretty consistently with NEA. We have discussions with them. I don't know what ability there is to impact that federal policy at the state level, but it's a question worth digging into, and I could get back to you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Back to you, Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mullen, are you aware of the Wyoming K-12 education funding deficit paper that was produced in 2016 by the Joint Education Committees of the House and Senate?
Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, I am familiar with that paper. I remember, if I remember correctly, and without having it in front of me, some of the issues that were brought up in the white paper were transportation, looking at some of the expenditures in transportation, special education, district consolidations, and if I remember correctly, there was one in terms of extracurricular activities. But I am fairly familiar with that, yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mullen and Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go down that list of those items that are discussed in that paper. Item number 1 was continued targeting decreases by a certain percentage of total funding. For example, a 0.6 reduction in total funding each year yields approximately $10 million in savings annually. What do you think of that idea, Mr. Mullen?
And Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, the issue that arises there is the number seems arbitrary. We would want to know where those would come from. We would want to know how that was going to impact education. I think that there's just a lot more to that before I could speak very specifically as to whether we would support or not support a measure like that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I could just keep going down this list.
I'll let you down the list, you bet.
Thank you. Calibration of prices in the formula to cost-based levels for the non-personnel elements yields approximately $22 million in savings annually. What do you think of that idea, Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, so the non-personnel, would you mind expanding on that for me a little further?
Dr. Hallinan?
I don't know exactly what that entails. I can only go by what it says. I don't know what they just talk about non-personnel elements yields $22 million in cost-based expenses, prices.
How about if we set that one aside and you keep going on your list? If
okay,
nobody knows what it is.
Okay, statewide purchasing of school buses would eliminate the requirement for school buses to be leased or financed, which would yield approximately 0.4 to 1 million in savings annually.
Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Chair, Representative Hallinan, we recognize that there are potentially some cost savings to be had in the transportation piece. However, again, that is something that we're willing to have discussions on, but in terms of what that would look like, that would have to be flushed out more specifically. But we recognize that there may be potential efficiencies there.
Dr. Allen.
The next item is reduction to central office administrative salaries by 10% yields approximately $3 million in savings annually.
Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chair, Representative Hallinan, the issue that we have with this is not only do we need to be able to draw in the type of high quality, high caliber educators that we have in the state that makes our education system so successful, but we need people who are in those leadership positions who are effective at those leadership roles. The salaries that we have in those administrative positions, if we look to the most recent startup report, you'll see that principals in terms of that comparative salary across industries are actually underpaid compared to a lot of those other industries. That is not something that the WEA would support.
Okay.
The next item is reduction in funding for student activities by half, and requiring fees to augment activity budgets yields approximately 15 million in savings annually.
Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, the WEA would not support this measure. Our concern is that it would disproportionately impact low-income families who were not able to pay those fees. That is not something that the WEA would support.
Dr. Hallinan?
The next item is the elimination of instructional facilitator program will yield approximately 22 million in savings annually.
Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Chair, Representative Hallinan, the instructional facilitator program, this is something that we are looking at in the current recalibration bill. It is something that has been currently is a pretty substantial issue. Our instructional facilitators, it just varies across the state in terms of that reception. There are districts that love their instructional facilitators. There are districts that don't utilize their instructional facilitators. Again, that though becomes an issue of local control, and we would not support that measure.
Mr. Mullen, may I ask a personal favor? Could you address the chairperson of this committee as Mr. Chairman? It's an old school thing, and some of us don't like being called a piece of furniture. And if you can address any female chairperson in any manner that they wish. But for me, I'd appreciate if you called me chairman. And,
absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Hallinan, keep going.
Thank you. The last on my list is reduction of the number of professional development days funded from 10 to 5 days would yield approximately 21.6 million annually. This would set the number of required days of operation to 180 days, which was the number required prior to school year 2006-2007. This would reduce the salaries for positions in the funding model restores for 185 days by 5 days, or 2.7%.
Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, this is also another measure that the WEA would not be able to support. Those professional development days are days that really bolster what our educators do within their classrooms.
And now, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Mullen, I would say the following. If we did all of these items, the savings would be $95 million per year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Hallinan. Thank you very much. Any further questions for Mr. Mullen? Thank you very much. We've got Representative-elect Baker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know that the discussion.
Get close to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know the discussion is long and it's getting late, but I do just have a couple quick questions for Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, has your organization taken up a position for Medicaid expansion?
Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative-elect Baker, the WEA is part of the Healthy Wyoming Coalition, and we do understand and recognize the benefits of Medicaid expansion. We support Medicaid expansion.
Thank you for that. And just as a follow-up, our local district in Sweetwater County School District number 1 in Rock Springs put together a task force, a cost savings task force, and their recommendation really is to raise 1% sales tax statewide to fund education. I was actually disappointed in that. At the same time, so the local delegation received the contract for our local administrator and found out the total compensation was almost $250,000. So just under $250,000 for one administrator. And when you take our local administration building in Sweetwater County School District number 1, it appears that there's about 11 employees above and beyond all the federal funding requirements, all the tasks that are there. 11 employees in that building that are above and basically beyond what is necessary and what is needed to do the job. So I think that there is a little bit of fluff in education. And I think that what happens is the school districts in the WEA constantly throw out the lawsuits and they throw out Campbell
I'm trying
County.
to find a question in there, Representative Baker. It's kind of question time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is this: are you really open to discussing real solutions like cutting administrations? Because it really doesn't seem like it. Our local district, their only solution was 1% sales tax.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Baker. Mr. Mullen, you can respond if you wish.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative-elect Baker. We are absolutely willing to come to the table in these discussions, and we have had discussions with members of the Education Committee as well as the Recalibration Committee. We are very proactively working to address these issues. However, when it comes again to the issues of salaries, when it comes to the state of Wyoming's competitive edge in terms of either administration or either in terms of our educators, our paraprofessionals, we have lost that competitive edge. We are seeing our surrounding states increase their pay and drawing those professionals who are making their education systems successful. So we are willing to come to the table on those issues. However, when it comes to the issues of salaries, that is something that is probably out of the realm of that discussion.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Thank you very much. You got off easy. What can I say? Next up will be Mr. DeCaria, a former colleague, and welcome, Mr. DeCaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify. Also, thank you for your hard work. I know it's been a long day, and I know this is a tough issue. Mr. Chairman, my name is Ken DeCaria, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Wyoming School Boards Association. And I would like to talk about educational funding. In November, we had our delegate assembly, and I want you to remember, Mr. Chairman, that these are all locally elected officials, also school board members, elected by many of the same individuals, well, exactly a lot of the same individuals that elect members of the legislature. And at that delegate assembly, they did take a position that they would support a 1 cent increase, sales tax increase, if it was to go to education. And as a side to that, Mr. Chairman, they also looked at, I think they would be amenable to any a revenue stream that was going to help the educational funding. Mr. Chairman, part of that issue is that if you have a structural problem, as we have in the budget deficit right now, you can't fix a structural problem without having some dedicated revenue stream in order to do that. And Mr. Chairman, the other part of that is, as far as the revenue stream, that would be, it's always been sort of the best thought is that this committee would be the one that would pick the proper revenue source that they think is the one. And then we, could look at that as far as, being supportive. And so right now, Mr. Chairman, since this is the revenue stream that's on the table, I think, we would be supportive of looking at that, at least having the discussion farther. Mr. Chairman, as you remember, and you're probably the only one on this committee that was around after the original Campbell decision, we used to have, historically, there used to be additional mills that were levied locally that most districts did levy for funding education. And they were, when the initial funding from the MAP model was put together, those mills were allowed to just go by the wayside. And so it would actually lower the mill levies that were in place at the time. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important because, a lot of this, school districts in a lot of towns in Wyoming are probably the main employer in the town, and so if you're going to look at ratcheting them down, you're going to ratchet the economy down in a lot of these places. And even in some of the big towns in Wyoming, they're large employers, and there's a lot of jobs at stake with that. Mr. Chairman, I think the other factor that comes into a couple of pieces here is on the Wyoming Constitution, education is a fundamental right. And Mr. Chairman, part of that process was to put together a consultant chosen, this was the legislature has chosen a consultant to put forward what they think is the necessary amount of funding needed for education. And this goes all the way back to 1980, Mr. Chairman, when it was Washakie versus Hirschler. And that was the first decision that was before the Campbell decision. But ever since that first decision, the judiciary has said that it needs to be a cost-based system. And so if you're going to have a consultant who's going to put together a cost-based system, then the next step is, how are you going to come up with the resources? And basically the way it works, Mr. Chairman, is legislature gets to decide what's in the basket of goods and service. I don't disagree with that whatsoever. Then you have to figure out how can you provide that basket of goods and services. And then the third phase is then what does that cost? And the cost is in there. Mr. Chairman, you know, we have been working with the recalibration committee, and we've been working on this issue for a lot of years. And, you know, there have been reductions and cuts to education over time, you know, and in the white paper that education did, you know, they suggested 5 steps. Some of those were the reduction pieces, and those have been done. The one piece that was in that recommendation that has never been addressed is looking at a revenue stream for education. And that was one of the legislative recommendations. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think that's where this part is right now, is to look at those revenues in order to do that. Mr. Chairman, we're, you know, as far as what's been put forward on the table in recalibration and some of the proposals, I think you'll see that, you know, there are going to be cuts to education in that proposal. But Mr. Chairman, that will not fix the entire structural deficit. It's going to also take what I think, what I believe will be some type of revenue to help make up that deficit. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions. And it's good to see you, Mr. Chairman, by the way.
Good to see you, Senator Kerry. So time out for a second. I want to do a little housekeeping just by way of, it's late in the day and we've got a big agenda still. We have made the decision to move the gaming discussion until tomorrow. And we're going to take up again at 8:30. We'll have that be the first item tomorrow at 8:30. We are going to continue and work through this issue and then move on to the payment in lieu of taxes issue that Senator Beitman is working on for us. So I'm just doing this to telegraph everything that our plans are, and we're trying to accommodate and get folks out at a decent hour. And we do know that if you go too long, it's counterproductive. So with that, any questions for Mr. DeCaria? Any questions? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. DeCaria, you mentioned how schools were financed, you know, through the mill levies locally, and that went by the wayside. Do you feel this recommendation is, number one, I'm not sure how much this bill actually raises in dollars. That'd be question number one, that you might have a better feel of what this represents dollar-wise. And do you feel this is a fairer model in spreading the tax load? I guess for the two questions.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Mr. DeCaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I don't have the dollar figure for this particular tax. Part of my comments, Representative Sweeney, were that, you know, you're the ones, you being the Revenue Committee, are the ones putting the, you know, what you think is the proper solution on the table. And so I was commenting on that. I think at the Delegate Assembly, why they put the 1 cent out there is it does have some positives. For one, you know, this particular bill, if you look at it, you know, I mean, the revenue, the bill doesn't even become effective until I think it's 2022, and then it's about 18 months to collect that revenue in property taxes. And so the delay would stretch out for a while, where sales tax is pretty much the moment it's implemented, you know, you start collecting that. I know that the sales tax, 1 penny sales tax, if the whole 1 penny was dedicated to education, would strikes me that that's around 200 million. So that would, take care of that. So if you had the 100 million cuts, and with the other part that I think that some of the people on the recalibration committee are talking, that's how you look at where that's at. Whether it's fair in that, I think this committee, I have some trust that the committee will pick the options that they think are the one and then test those options, and put those forward. And so I'm assuming that, it's going to be fair and to a certain extent. That everybody that has that type of property will pay it, but some people that maybe are not property owners won't pay property taxes, although that wouldn't be the case for renters. Renters usually pay for those kind of things through their rent payments. I'm sure that's part of that. That's about as good an answer I can give you, Representative. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeCaria. Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have in my hands a document from the Department of Revenue that was issued last year, and they estimated that the total return of this bill would result in $102 million in 2021. So that's an answer to Representative Sweeney's idea. $102 million annually. So that'd be $204 million in the biennium.
And just,
Mr. Chairman,
just to
I want to thank the representative for that. And I didn't happen to have that document with me. Mr. Chairman, sorry.
It's okay. We're talking over each other, but just to be clear, that was a fiscal note for a bill to be introduced last year. So the delay would be at least a year. So it wouldn't be 2021 with the 18 months after. It'd be into 22 and I think probably 23 when we actually got the money. But back to you, Mr. DeCaria.
And Mr. Chairman, I was assuming that Representative Hallinan maybe was looking, the Education Committee had a document put together and they looked at surrounding states and what the tax burden, the average tax burden was for all of the taxes for those states and where Wyoming was. And Wyoming, as I don't think it's going to be too shocking to most people, was below most of those other states in that tax burden. And Mr. Chairman, by and of itself, that's not the reason that you would put those things forward. But I believe some of those numbers that Representative Hallinan was talking about may have come from that document.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions for Mr. DeCaria? Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Beitman. Apologize. Senator Beitman.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. Mr. DeCaria, roughly speaking, how many millions, if not billions, are in reserve accounts across all the school districts in Wyoming? Do you have, and I've heard it's over $1 billion, but I'm not sure if that's changed.
Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Beitman, I don't have that particular figure, but one thing I would say, Senator, is that, any business, you need some type of a reserve in order to, pay for things when you're not getting a revenue stream coming in. And so the reserves have been part of that process over time to allow school districts to meet obligations when they're not receiving payments, from the state for some of this issue. But Mr. Chairman, if you're, I don't know the exact dollar figure for that.
Thank you.
Follow up then, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. DeCaria, I get a lot of heat from my constituents saying, how dare you guys talk about raising our taxes when schools have all this money socked away in reserves. You just heard from the WEA, they're not willing to even consider cuts to an administrator who's making $250,000 salary package. All that stuff, and you got to understand what we're hearing on our end from the taxpayers. Help us help you. How can the schools have a little bit more skin in the game to help us out here?
Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Beitman, for one thing, you know, the reserves that school districts are carrying aren't probably not unlike the LSRA or the Wyoming Permanent Mill Trust Fund, or, you know, other savings accounts that most people have to get them through, you know, some of those times when you don't have quite as much money. But Mr. Chairman, Senator Beitman, again, that is sort of the purpose of recalibration, is that the state has, this legislature has hired consultants to look at what is a cost-based education, what would be an appropriate cost-based education in Wyoming. And so they're the ones who make the recommendation for those pieces that go into the model, you know, as far as what's there. The school boards associations aren't the ones that, you know, figured out these are the types of the pieces that are needed, although they, you know, are very much dependent upon the funding for those particular things. Like, I mean, those are things like teacher salaries, administrator salaries, utilities, buses, special ed services. I mean, those are all the different factors that go into that recalibration study or the consultant's report that they look at, and then they look at what's the cost to provide those services.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. DeCaria? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. DeCaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Dr.
Okay.
Hallinan go ahead, Dr. Hallinan. You're muted, Dr. Hallinan. You'll have to take it off mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. DeCaria, why does Wyoming provide so much of the educational funding, but leave it to the school districts to spend it in any way they want to? For instance, on the issue of the facilitators, if the state cuts the expenditure, if the state says that they should cut that expenditure, why is it that the school districts are allowed to continue with that program? Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. DeCaria.
Thank you, Dr. Hallinan. Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, all those pieces, I think what you're talking about would be local control. And, you know, the money's given out as a block grant. And in Wyoming, it seems like we do a lot of things by local control. And so, you know, we try to let those locally elected school board members decide what is best for the students in their particular district. But Representative Hallinan, one of the things I can tell you is instructional facilitators, when we first got the first PICUS and Odin model, that was one of the biggest pieces that they said they wouldn't support their own model if they didn't have instructional facilitators in it. But over time, instructional facilitators, that number, that dollar figure has been reduced by quite a bit. And so the state is funding just a small portion of the cost of instructional facilitators. So a district that decides to use an instructional facilitator will have to find that money somewhere else in that block grant.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Whoops, I'm sorry, Senator Ellis. I keep trying to move us on. Senator Ellis, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize if you've covered this, Ken, already, but I think there's a lot of different things happening in the state. I know that some school districts are planning and anticipating for a 10% budget reduction, but then I've heard other school districts that are being told, nope, don't worry about it. Your budget's going to be whole. And so I'm wondering if you surveyed your members to see what they're doing and what they're planning for. And then along those lines, just kind of forward thinking a little bit, like, you know, I guess let's just focus on that question. What are your members preparing for going forward?
Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I mean, the best information that we could give out to local school boards was when the governors put forward that 10%, is that you probably ought to plan around a 10% reduction. And I think, Senator Ellis, since your other committee assignment is education, you've seen some of the letters that have been sent. Well, maybe not. I guess those are going to recalibration, and you may or may not have. But I know there's a few more of those coming where those districts are putting some of those issues forward, but also talking about other things that they've cut in the past, efficiencies that they've achieved, and the effects of what those cuts would look like in those communities where those school districts are at.
Thank you, Mr. DeCaria. Senator Ellis, follow up.
Yeah, just to follow up, Ken, if you wouldn't mind surveying your members and giving us some information, I think I would certainly appreciate that, just so we have a better understanding of, whether school districts are preparing for it or if they're saying, nope, we're just going to keep chugging along. And I'd really be interested to know that from your association's perspective and not through an LSO survey. I really want to hear it from your members and from you.
Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I'll see what I can do in that area.
Okay, thank you. Representative Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question kind of maybe piggybacks on what Senator Beitman said. I understand savings are in there for a reason. Same thing we have, with the state of Wyoming. But I mean, I guess my question is, on average, regardless of what the actual numbers that each of the 48 school districts have in savings, how much of that on average actually gets used transactionally as kind of maybe in a checking account manner or something like that? I guess my question of getting at is how much of that basically remains untouched year over year for a decade plus? Do you have any idea as a percentage?
Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, I don't. I could ask some business managers and see if I could get a better estimate for you.
Mr. Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Representative Western.
Mr. Chairman, follow up, please.
Go ahead.
I guess my thought is, I like I said, spending all your savings is not a good idea. I mean, but I think spending some of it is a good short-term solution, a short-term option. So I think, maybe that's something worth considering where districts have to spend a certain amount, whether it be 10% or 5% or whatever it is of their reserves. I mean, obviously, I think we'd have to look at each district, what its expenses and what does it have in reserves. But and certainly, I mean, having that go towards teacher salaries or something specific that we know is the true core of education and making sure education is effective and operates at a high level. So that's just kind of my thought process. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a question in there?
Wouldn't you agree?
That's always a good.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Mr.
Chairman, Representative Western, I think you also have to remember some of those reserves, you put aside in case you have some type of a roof fails or, you have something that goes on that you need to meet those obligations, in the short term until, those things can be made up in other ways. And I know that buildings are responsibility of the state of Wyoming, but that doesn't really do some of that stuff that needs to be done in the short term. So, I mean, I don't know what that exact figure would be, but again, I could talk to some business managers who would definitely know that much better than I do.
Thank you, Mr. DeCaria. Let's go to the co-chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Co-Chairman. Just two questions. Last I knew, the current deficit for our education budget, is it still around 400 million for the biennium, Mr. DeCaria? Does that sound right?
Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, it does. I'm trying to think about what the last report that, that updated on the Craig, and it seems like it's right in that range, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm going to have three in a row.
Go ahead.
So roughly a 10% cut is about 200 million in the current education scenario. Or what's a 10% cut of the current about 1.9 billion we're spending right now, K-12? That sound about right?
In that area, yes, Mr. Chairman.
And so when reading through this bill, this is another, at 9 mills, we'd raise just under 200 million. I mean, I understand we're going to have to cut education. I know you may or may not agree with that. But I think we're losing the target here that education will be cut. I mean, I know it, everybody knows it's going to be, it just has to for us to survive. My question is, does the association have any position on this bill versus another revenue source to make up something? I mean, we're not going to cut 400 million from education in the biennium. We're just not laying off, 1 out of every 4 teachers in the state. So what's the preferred mechanism from your association on raising the revenue needed?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I sort of talked a little bit about that earlier, but I think when we had our delegate assembly, the issue was put forward for a 1 cent sales tax, again, because of probably some of the logistics of, again, it would go into effect more quickly. You'd see that revenue. It would generate more revenue than this particular item. But Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, with that said, I mean, this was the item that was on the table. And so, Mr. Chairman, I have seen enough work from this committee over time that not all these issues pop up. And so, I mean, I guess you sort of got to take the one that, I trust that your committee, you look at what you think is the best solution going forward. And, we're just trying to be supportive. If you think this is the right solution, one thing we do know is that we need to have some type of dedicated revenue stream, if we're going to fix this problem.
So, Mr. Co-Chairman, if you're going to continue, I note that Mr. Temke turned his camera on. I'm not sure if he wants to straighten out some of the number stuff.
Sure. If that would be okay, just quickly, I don't want to take up too much time, but what a 10% cut looks like, Dean?
Mr. Temke.
Mr. Chairman, that was not the answer I was going to try to provide, but just confirm the estimates on what the 3 mills would raise, what the 6 would raise, and what the 9 would raise.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, and then you can speculate on the other.
Okay. The 300 or the 3 mills in tax year 22 that would actually come in fiscal year 23 would be about 37.5 million. 6 mills in tax year 2023 that would come in fiscal year 2024 would be 76.4 million. And the 9 mills in tax year 2024, fiscal year 2025 would be 116.9 million.
Thank you, Mr. Temke. Mr. Temke, do you have any speculation on what the 10% looks like?
Mr. Chairman, I do not.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just don't want to get in the weeds and want to focus on the legislation before us. I think we all know education needs to be cut, but I'd like to get to the legislation, and I'll turn it over to Senator Ellis.
Okay, fair enough. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken, I know you work in this area and have probably access to more studies at your fingertips than I do. But when we talk about revenue sources for education, you said something that really was important. It's dedicated funding. And I think we all know that property tax is the primary driver of education funding in Wyoming. And so I do have a little concern when your association has come up with solutions asking for sales tax, because like any other industry, that can be whimsical and it's not always reliable. It depends on, whether a lot of, economical factors. And so I am just wondering if you have any access to information, because I think in doing a little research on this topic, I've seen studies that say that of all the sources of taxes that you can look at, property tax is the most stable. And so I think that's just something I want to know if you can confirm. And then along those lines, the difficulty I'm having is, say that Wyoming's property tax is low for purposes of education. But when we look at the growth of education and then the valuation of land and real estate in Wyoming, I think that's where we start seeing the gap widen. And so that's my concern is if we increase property tax, which in my view is the most stable sources of revenue for education, what happens when our funding model starts outpacing, how land is valued and what taxpayers are actually paying? And so I'm wondering if you can tease out some of that a little bit and what you see in other states, and if you have any thoughts on sources of revenue.
Mr. DeCaria, you seem to be...
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, well, property tax is by and large the mechanism that most states use in order to fund education. And I agree, when we've seen that as far as this right now, and it's not just school districts, it's everyone that's reliant upon property taxation. As the property values, the assessed value goes down, your property taxes go down, and so that makes the problem even worse. And Mr. Chairman, I guess what I was trying to say, and our association, when we met in November, again, we have a more limited, we're not meeting on a regular basis. And so we were looking at what might be a solution that we could put forward that could show that, these are elected people that they're willing to, get on board and look for a solution. Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis, again, this committee, I think that, you guys have a huge amount of testimony and people come in and put all these things forward. And so, I would trust that this committee would be the ones that would decide what is that, what is the proper mechanism if you're going to try to raise whatever that amount of revenue is, what would be the best way for that to happen? And I guess what I was trying to say is we were just trying to be supportive. We know there's this need that we're going to have to figure out a dedicated revenue stream. That might be property tax, it might be sales tax. I'm not sure that we have the golden answer on that.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up point. When we say we need to find a dedicated source, I want people watching this hearing to understand we do have a dedicated source. It's property tax. So when we say, well, we just don't have the money, yes, we do. Property taxes are what fund education by and large. And so, it's the level of the property tax. So let's put a finer point on that, please.
You may respond, Senator Carey.
Yeah,
You
Mr.
guys-
Chairman, Senator Ellis, I'm
Stop
sorry.
for a second.
I wasn't trying to.
Jesus, I cannot get through here. Please stop. So it's 5 o'clock. We're getting kind of argumentative and we have lots of witnesses, okay? And so if we could get people to wait to be recognized by the chair, that would be good. And Mr. Carey, you can respond to Senator Ellis, and then we're going to move on to get other witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies. And Senator Ellis, again, I wasn't trying to, say, I agree that, property tax is that mechanism, but when you have, a problem with the revenue, again, if you know what the cost is, but that your funding mechanism isn't meeting the necessary amount of revenue, something has to be adjusted in order to get to that total. Again, it comes off of the Supreme Court decisions and the mechanisms that or the decisions that have been put forward that you have to figure out what a quality education is in Wyoming, how do you provide it, and then what does it cost, and then you have to figure out how it's going to be funded.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. We're Representative Conley. How about we make this the last question for Mr. DeCaria? Can we do that? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to kind of clarify kind of the comments about property taxes as being the dedicated source for education. Because as somebody who sits on recalibration and education for years, I don't think it's that simple. And I'd just like to ask Mr. DeCaria, former Senator DeCaria, and his experience on education as well, that the reality is that we have property taxes. The overwhelming number of our districts are what are called entitlement districts, meaning that they get more money than their property taxes raise, right? Only a couple of districts are kind of recapture districts where they send money to Cheyenne. But honestly, we then have to distribute, regardless of where those pots come, to make sure that every district gets the money that they're allocated. And whether it comes from property taxes or money that goes straight into a school foundation account, we have to do that. We also just decided to dedicate COLEAS bonus money for school capital construction. We don't have COLEAS bonus money anymore, but we still have some capital construction that we fund from elsewhere. And so would you say, Mr. DeCaria, that it's a little bit more complicated than simply just saying that we fund education via property taxes, and if we don't have the property tax revenue, then we don't have the money to fund education?
Mr. DeCaria.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, yeah, it is, and I agree, it is more complicated. And when you talk about COLEAS bonus money, that was a solution that when it was put into place, when the legislature put that into place, there was the discussion that they knew that that wasn't going to be the end all solution, that at some point in the future, they would have to look at other mechanisms in order to make that revenue up. Nobody could predict, what's going to happen in a lot of these industries. And, it's just too bad that it ended, when it did, because that was a good source in order to do that. But yes, there are other streams of revenue. And as you point out, a lot of districts, they don't generate enough in local resources. So they have to have money that comes back from the state in order to meet those obligations.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Representative Hallinan, you have your hand icon on the screen. Forget that. Okay. Mr. Carey, thank you very much. Let's go to Ms. Erbkite.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Lori Erbkite, representing the Wyoming Realtors. I'm going to be very, very brief. Obviously, the Wyoming Realtors do not support this legislation. We oppose any increase in property taxes at this time. I would want the committee to just remember one thing. As the state budget is certainly suffering from the downturn in the oil and gas and the coal industry, so are hundreds and hundreds of Wyoming residents and homeowners. And it's not just the oil and gas industry. It's not just the coal miners. It's the people that work in the hospitality industry. It's the bars and restaurant owners that are only able to work at 50% capacity. How they stay open is beyond me. It's the retailers downtown that are barely hanging on. So while I understand, and the realtors certainly understand, that there is a shortage in the Wyoming budget, we just do not think this is the time to impose additional real property taxes on homeowners that are barely hanging on. And Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let's have questions for Ms. Erbkite. And just by way of telegraphing, we're going to have Ms. Roseberry up next, and then we'll work through the waiting room. So go ahead. Questions from Ms. Erbkite? Questions? I'm not seeing any. Ms.
Thank you,
Erbkite.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Phyllis Roseberry, please.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you, committee members, for considering my comment. This comment is in support of sorry. I don't know if my video started.
It was on for a second. You can go without video too. We definitely hear your voice, except for it just went to mute. We were.
Okay. Sorry about the video. I don't know why it won't do it.
It's okay. It's a great picture. Why don't we go ahead?
Okay, thanks. Probably better than I look right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for considering my comment. I'm going to cut it in half because I know it's really late, but this comment is in support of the bill you're looking at, 21 LSO-0076 school funding mill levy. And yes, I'm Phyllis Roseberry. I spoke at your last committee meeting because I feel so strongly about this issue. And I'm a 45-year resident of the Bighorn Basin here in Wyoming, as well as a mother and a grandmother of children and grandchildren who have also lived in Wyoming their whole lives. And my comments reflect those of many of our friends and neighbors in this area and in the rest of Wyoming. So you've been provided with lots of data and statistics about our education funding dilemma. And put simply, it looks pretty bleak. And we have a stark choice. Either we do major cuts in our investment in our children and state's future, or we provide the revenue streams we've been talking about lately. So I'm speaking to you from the heart as well as the pocketbook, because we are the adults in this situation. And we're probably at the most significant crossroads in our state history. And so we are responsible to those who depend on us for their future in this quickly changing world. And our children don't have the power, we do. So I urge you to respond to this crisis in the most responsible, moral way and vote to support our children's education. I've heard some discussion about the sales tax. In my view, at least, the sales tax can unfairly, as Senator Beitman was saying, a lot of people are facing dire straits as far as their revenue, personal revenue streams. And such a tax unfairly burdens people living on limited means, including many single parents. They have to purchase food, formula, diapers, etc. for their children. But there are wealthy corporations and individuals in our state who pay no state income tax and relatively low property tax. And I think such revenue sources would be much fairer to our citizenry. So that's all I want to say, except for a quote I saw today. One lives not just for oneself, but for one's whole community. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roseberry. Are there questions for Ms. Roseberry? Any questions? Just by way of, I'm not seeing any, so thank you. I want to let I see Mr. Klontz is on in the waiting room. We're going to take up gambling tomorrow at 8:30. We apologize. It's just gone way too long today. So I'm looking. Let's let Mr. Obermuller in and other folks that want to testify on education. I thought I let someone else in and I lost the name.
Mr. Chairman,
Katie.
that was Ryan Freeman, and he will be testifying on the payment in lieu of taxes item.
Okay, we'll get him later. So I see up to bat, we've got, I see Mr. Kasner. I don't see Mr. Obermuller. So let's do Mr. Kasner, then we'll do Powder River, and then we'll pick it up from there. So Mr. Kasner first. You have to unmute, Mr. Kasner, and we're just seeing the top. Of your head.
Okay. Unmuted.
Looks like it's cold in there, Mr. Kasner.
What's that, sir?
Looks like it's cold.
I am cold, but I'm in the basement. I don't have natural gas.
Okay.
You can hear me, correct, sir?
We can see the top of your head, and we can hear you well.
Okay, well, you don't need to look at me. I'm in favor of an ad valorem tax on property taxes for Wyoming. And the reason I say that is because how much is a child's worth to you? I mean, you assess the value on an ad valorem tax as what according to its real value. What's our real value according to Wyoming education? And so as far as I'm concerned, I'm kind of like Mrs. Roseberry. I mean, I've been in Wyoming all my life, and I think our property taxes are too low, and they need to come up. And the way I would like to see it done maybe is, I was there when the Campbell County deal went down, and I heard all that stuff, and I've heard all the other stuff, but I think we have to go back to the realization that we have 48 school districts, like Senator Biden said. We have to take a real good look at it, but I'm still in favor of a property tax increase. Now, I do agree that the sales tax is not the way to approach it. The only honest way to approach it is through property tax, as far as I'm concerned, which is a comparison to sales tax. So I think we should assess our school districts a little bit better, because in 2002, the average guy in Shoshone at the school district superintendent was making $250,000 in his staff, and that was in 2002. We have work to do, and I agree with you. I think we need to set a standard right now from the state, and if it's 9%, I'm assuming that's what it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, but 9% of 9 cents on the sales tax for Wyoming people. If you look at across Wyoming's average, in my county, for example, Carbon County's average sales tax on property tax is $615. That's all we get. Now, if you go up to Teton County, it's $3,496. Holy smokes, it goes all over. And there are some that have smaller and more. So the only way I can see standardly do this would be to put like 3 mil or maybe 4 mil and leave it there. do moderation. We don't have to have it all in one shot. Let's do a little moderation. Let Senator Bynum and the boys and everybody take a real good look at it. And let's put it down to where it's achievable for everybody. And I think that the parents and the adults and the businesses, which I'm in, are willing to pay it because we know we get a trained staff. We know get good educated kids that can waitress in my business and do their work. And that's what we need to look at. Where's our future going for our children? Not today. We need to look ahead, like Mrs. Connolly said. We need to look, and this Senator Alice said, property tax is the only way you're going to get this done. And I agree with the gentleman. I'm in support of a property tax increase.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Kasner.
sir.
Questions for Mr. Kasner? Questions for Mr. Kasner? Questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Kasner. Welcome. We said Powder River. It looks like Ms. Leininger. Ms. Leininger, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Monica Leininger, speaking on behalf of our organization, Powder River Basin Resource Council. Our organization is a grassroots one within Wyoming with over 2,000 Wyoming residents who are family farmers and ranchers in our state. We stand in support of this legislation in front of you today, Mr. Chairman. Like you all, our organization has had to have some hard conversations about tax increases. We recently shared with the committee our revised member resolution, which dictates our positions with the legislature on taxation, and we shared that back in November. Mr. Chairman, we support tax increases that fund our core public services such as K through 12 education, public safety, transportation, etc. We also support diversification of our revenue streams away from fossil fuels. We also support progressive rather than regressive mechanisms for increased revenue within the state. Mr. Chairman, this proposal in front of you today does not meet all of our criteria, but our membership has chosen to support this regardless. We see this as a short-term solution to fund our core public services. This does not solve our dependence on the mineral industry. It does not solve the problem over the long term. However, there are not many other revenue measures on the table. And that's why, Mr. Chairman, you'll see our organization testifying in support of other measures we don't usually testify in support of tomorrow, as you continue to look through different mechanisms for the committee. We don't want to continue to hammer the mineral industry and the dependence our state has on it. But like I said, there are not many other options on the table right now. So that's why I would implore you all to pass this as a short-term solution and to look into other solutions. And I would also implore the industrial groups who likely will speak right after me and oppose this piece of legislation to look at favoring other options on the table and finding real solutions for our state. I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for the late hours you're working.
Thank you, Ms. Leininger. Questions for Ms. Leininger? Any questions? Not seeing any. You got off easy. Thank you very much. Who else is in the waiting room that wants to talk? Katie, do you know? Mr. Obermuller. I see Mr. Obermuller. We'll take you up. And I think that's it. Then we'll go to people here in person. So, Mr. Obermuller, welcome.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Pleasure to see you tonight, committee. Thank you for the opportunity. Pete Obermuller, President of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, with your just very quick indulgence, I wanted to give the committee just a very brief update that this week, just FYI, we have 6 rigs operating in the state, and last week we had 10, and we're going to probably be up around that area for a while. That is, of course, important to revenue in the state. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to just point out real quickly, because I know the committee had been asking some questions earlier, that you all are aware of the Energy Rebound Program that Governor Gordon launched right before Thanksgiving, which has so far been very successful. Mr. Chairman, right now has been reported to me that that program has launched, has enabled the launch of 136 projects currently in Wyoming that supports 1,621 jobs. and over time will return to the state in tax revenue a significant amount, as much or more than what was invested into the project, Mr. Chairman. So to the extent that previous testimony asked for what we're doing in terms of solutions, it's a pretty good one, Mr. Chairman. With regard to the bill on the floor right now, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to point out, I don't have the numbers in front of me because I've been looking for them for quite some time. I can't find them. I know that Mr. Noble presented them before, and so he may not have them at the tip of his tongue. But the unfortunate truth is the industrial category of this actually is paid by and large by the minerals industry. Mr. Anderson rightly noted that the bill does not increase the mill levy on minerals, on the minerals category, and that is correct. It's just that the industrial category is almost entirely made up of the mineral industry. So, Mr. Chairman, as you know, oil and gas pays about 40% of property tax in Wyoming. That has equated to recently about annually $705 million for K through 12 education, not to mention community colleges, University of Wyoming, and all the rest. We're entering a period in the next 4 years where our costs are likely to increase dramatically as federal land production restrictions are likely. So, Mr. Chairman, it pains me because this committee and you in particular have been trying very hard to be very creative about how to deal with the revenue challenges without adding to the burden of the minerals industry, and I appreciate that greatly. Unfortunately, the reality is the industrial class is largely the same people as the minerals. Not entirely, but largely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Obermuller. Questions for Mr. Obermuller? I'm not seeing any. Speak up if you.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thanks, because Mr. Chairman, we've been having the discussion about property versus sales tax. Mr. Obermuller, do you happen to have figures about your membership's contribution to our overall sales tax collection? Because I think that, again, just as a public knowledge point, that is the mineral industry pays the lion's share, in my recollection, of sales tax. Do you have those figures handy?
Excise tax, and that's what they pay.
Mr. Kasner, are you trying to speak to us?
No,
it's not
no,
your
sir. I'm sorry. I didn't know you was even there.
Would you mute your phone? Mr. Obermuller, can you answer Senator Ellis's question?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I'm trying to find it real quickly. Unfortunately, I don't have it at my fingertips, but I know that I have it here. I just can't seem to find it. But Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis's point is correct. Of course, there is no, we've talked about there's no income tax, corporate income tax in the state. There is, in fact, a corporate income tax. It's only on one industry, and it's called the severance tax. And then in terms of ad valorem, of course, we pay the lion's share of ad valorem. We know that. Sales and use tax is probably, in comparison to those, is the lowest of the taxes we pay, but it's a significant amount. And I just don't have it in front of me, Senator Ellis. I'm sorry, but I can certainly send it to the committee.
Okay, back to you, Senator Ellis. Did you have your hand up again? Your video went out. Okay, I think we're good. Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this would be a question for Josh. Is it possible that the industrial part of this could be deleted and it just have the other be the taxes to paid by them, this 3%, 6%, 9%, 9 points?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan, that would certainly be a possibility. You know, the Constitution requires the 3 categories, and you can't create new categories. But since it would be to all one category, the all other category, I think that would fall within the constitutional requirements.
So that would be a possible amendment that we could take up at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got it, Doctor. Anybody else? Any other questions for Mr. Obermuller? Thank you, Mr. Obermuller.
Oh, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I found an answer to Senator Ellis's question. I'm sorry to
go ahead
to do so. Senator Ellis, in sales and use tax in 2019, oil and gas paid 12 million.
That was a good year or a bad year?
2019 was a pretty decent year. I don't know, who knows what good is, but it's better than 2020.
There you go. So anybody else? And that was direct payments, right? That wasn't your suppliers and everything upstream?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. And of course, that is exclusive of any of the federal royalties and those sorts of things as well. It's just sales tax.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Obermuller? Not, we're going to let him off the hook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't believe anybody else wants to be on video. So thank you, Mr. Obermuller. I'm looking around the room. We have a young fellow named Mr. Detai here who's making his way forward. So we'll work this room. If anybody else wants to testify by Zoom, they'll have to get my attention. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Detai. We'll let you settle in. You have to make sure your green light's on the microphone.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Hold on, I'm not sure that, okay, now you're going. Start again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis Detai, Executive Director of the Wyoming Mining Association. Good to see you in person, Mr. Chairman.
Behind the glass.
I will say that I think I made the right decision at the last committee meeting here in Cheyenne in May when I parked and I got a parking ticket. I am parked in a place where they don't ticket this time, and I think that was a good decision on my part. First of all, I will echo a little bit of what Pete said. I want to thank you and the committee for your efforts on this. You have a very tough job. We think this is a good step in the right direction in that it is being applied to more property classes in an attempt to broaden the tax base. Great testimony this morning on a lot of stuff, and I think a lot of people are starting to realize some of the things that we've been saying all along, and that we're too dependent on minerals. We need to expand our tax base. We need more taxpayers at the table. And even though the mineral properties are not included in this, and we recognize that and appreciate it, again, this increase falls disproportionately on the back of the mining industry and other extraction sectors at a time, frankly, when pennies are quite literally the separate, they separate viable companies from insolvent ones in a very difficult operating condition. And one of the previous speakers here just this evening kind of perked up my ears when he said, you know, you raise these taxes, businesses are not going to leave. Well, I would disagree with that. You know, we've got companies right here that are right on the cusp, and increasing the tax burden, you might see some companies go away. When the full 9 mills are implemented, the tax burden will rise significantly for my companies. And for example, a smaller uranium operation with the full 9 mills will pay an estimated $25,000 a year. Now, that doesn't sound much when we're talking millions and billions in the grander scheme of things, but when you're not producing anything, it's a lot of money. And you know, the outlook for the future is very uncertain, and it would be a significant burden. We don't know where we'll be next year in that particular industry, let alone 3 years from now. Larger coal operations in the Powder River Basin will pay an additional $115,000 to $373,000 a year. Again, this constitutes a significant increase in the tax burden in a time of uncertainty, very tough market conditions, exacerbated by COVID-19, and they're almost assured to grow even more difficult with the new administration coming in. Again, we fully recognize the difficult position you're in, and I want to personally thank you because I appreciate your work. We simply need to shift the tax burden and bring more taxpayers to the table to solve our revenue problems. And this is easier said than done, as you well know, and there is no easy answer. But I want to also point out, you know, this is not negative from the industry against education. The mining industry has been one of the biggest supporters in this state of education for decades. You know, just $2.3 billion over more than 2 decades in lease bonus bids, and we built new school facilities in every county in the state, and all of education, all of our citizens have benefited from that. We can't do that anymore, and that's just the fact of the matter. You know, I kind of feel like listening to some of the debate here. You know, you look at the old movie Goodfellas, a classic mob movie, and there's a scene in there where De Niro has got Maury the wig guy with the phone cord wrapped around his neck, banging him on the head, saying, "Pay me, pay me, pay me." And you know, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we just can't anymore. So I would have to close my comments by saying, WMA, my member companies, and I cannot support this legislation as written.
Thank you, Mr. Detaille. I see we have a question from Representative Western.
First, I think it's worth acknowledging that's the first time I've ever heard Goodfellas be quoted in a committee setting, and I applaud Mr. Detaille for doing so. An outstanding movie and an excellent quote and applied correctly. But I do think that that there's a lot of merit there to Mr. Detaille's words. And I guess my question is, well, actually, let me gather my thoughts and I'll circle back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll give you a break. All right. Anybody else want to ask a question of Mr. Detaille? Anybody else? I'm about to let him go, Representative Western. So,
Mr. Chairman, I will. While Representative Western is
okay.
I'll piggyback off of Mr. Obermueller's information to Senator Ellis. In 2019, the coal industry alone paid $22.7 million in sales and use taxes and $14 million in ad valorem property taxes. So we're paying the bills. And when you talk about savings of school district savings to have in reserve in case revenue streams, the revenue stream has really never stopped. We keep paying and we keep paying and we keep paying and we're going to. I mean, it's the law. We pay. But when you're looking to add to that burden, I have to tell you, Mr. Chairman, it is going to be difficult for some of my companies to do this, and and some might end up going away.
Thank you, Mr. Detaille. Back to you, Representative Western. Did you come around to it? You're muted.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just gonna. I guess the hour is late, and then in the spirit of expediency, I'm gonna.
I love that spirit. Thank you, Representative Western. Anybody else have a question for Mr. Detaille? Anybody else? Thank you very much, Mr. Detaille. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Anybody else in the room wish to testify? Anybody else in the room? I'm not seeing anybody in the room. I'm not seeing anybody. All the participants in the waiting room are former testifiers, somehow are still hanging around there in the ether. I don't quite understand why. And so I think this is it. We're done with public comment. Mr. Co-Chairman.
I'd like to move the bill LSO draft 76, version 4.
Got a motion by the co-chairman. Is there a second? Got a second by Conley. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, I think this bill, in 6 years, will get us halfway to solve the current crisis. And I do think there is something at least reasonable that in looking at the current deficit, that we cut half of it and raise half of it through some means. I do agree. I don't want to put words in Senator Ellis's mouth, but I, at least for one, am a person who believes a property tax is a more most fair way to fund education, and also the most equal. I think I would prefer the assessment ratio being raised on just residential, commercial, but if we're doing it by mills, I think that gives a lot of transparency and accountability to say, this is the mill, here's where it goes, and you can see that in your local community. And there's a tie-in, which I appreciate, where I think sales tax gets dumped and redistributed like a lot of other funding we do. So I don't have a better answer on the table, I guess is my concern, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe the sales tax is the way to go. I do believe a property tax is probably the most fair. I agree the mineral industry has paid so much in the state for 5 generations, and we're not doing them any favors, but this at least starts to alleviate the problem and share the burden among everyone in Wyoming, and says that education is important. And I do this knowing that I personally believe we're going to cut an equal, if not greater amount from the education budget as well moving forward. So I would encourage members to vote yes, get this bill as a committee bill to the session. Obviously, it'll have a lot of debate and discussion, but it does fulfill a mission of this committee to provide solutions, or at least options. I wouldn't call this a solution. It's an option. It's a vehicle that we can continue to discuss with every other ball in the air. And I think it's important to have something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Representative Hallinan. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two amendments. The first amendment is on page 2, starting on line 12, delete the industrial property tax class as provided in WS ... all the way down to where it starts the other property class. And then on page 3, I would delete the same wording on that page, starting on line 9, 10, and 11.
Okay.
And the reason for that, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Let's see if we get a second, Dr. Hallinan. Do we have a second? We have a second by the co-chairman. Go ahead, Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason is that I think that the industrial part of this I think that we need to send these taxes on other property, on homes. I get all these emails from people in my email box from people saying they want to pay more taxes. Well, I think we ought to let them do that. I don't think that the industrial people want to pay more tax. I think they pay plenty of tax already. And for that reason, I think we ought to delete the industrial people out of this tax increase. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Doctor. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Representative Conley.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious. Representative Hallinan, do you know what the dollar figure is associated with deleting the industrial class?
Dr. Hallinan.
Yes, it's if I can go by that same document that I got from the Revenue Department, it would be about $32 million on the 9 mills. So it would be about a third of that on the 3 mills and 2/3 of that on the 6 mills. So it's 30 million.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's check with the brain of the outfit, Mr. Tempty, and see if that sounds right.
Mr. Chairman, in the most recent 2020 tax year, industrial property made up roughly 31% of the total of industrial and other property. So taking industrial property out would reduce the estimates I gave you by about 30 to 31%. So the 3 mills would then be worth about 26 million. The 6 mills would be worth about 52. The 9 mills would be worth about 81.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Tempty. Let's get back to Dr. Hallinan. Do you agree?
I think that's incorrect. The total amount of the 9 mills is about 102 million. And 31% of that would be 31 million. And 1/3 of that would be 10, 2/3 would be 20. All of it would be 30 million. So it's about 30 million out of the 9 mills tax. I think that's correct.
Let's take a little bit of time and
per year.
Per year. And Mr. Tempty, do you want to?
Mr. Chairman, I think Representative Hallinan and I are saying roughly the same thing in 2 different ways. It does reduce the impact of the 9 mills by the number I get's about 36 million, but that's pretty close to what he's saying.
Okay. I don't want to get you guys in a big fight here. So you're both friends of mine. So anyway, further discussion? Further discussion. Question on the amendment. All those in favor of Dr. Hallinan's amendment to remove the industrial classification, let's do a hand raise. Turn on your video so I can see you. All in favor, raise your hand. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll be 6. Let's do it again. That's Case, Beitman, Sweeney. That's 3. Now I've got Dayton. That's 4. Hallinan is 5. Driscoll is 6. Baldwin is 7. Swanister is 8. Western is, we're going way up. That would obviously carry. Anybody want to go on a record as being opposed? You're welcome to do so, but I'm not even going to call it. We've got Conley and Blackburn going unopposed. Okay, so that has passed. We are back on the bill. Further discussion on the bill. Any proposed amendments? I think when you said you had two amendments, you really meant an amendment in two places, didn't you, Dr. Hallinan?
No, I have a second amendment, Mr. Chairman.
You never surprise me. Go ahead.
The second amendment is the one that is, I don't know if you got a copy of this or not, but it is as follows. Page 2, line 12. After purposes, insert. The tax under this subparagraph shall only be assessed beginning January of the year immediately following the year that the state superintendent certifies to the Secretary of State that the total amount of school funding provided under the school foundation program is at least $200 million less than the funding provided under the school foundation program in the school year 2020-2021. Upon certification by the state superintendent under this paragraph, the mills shall be levied. And it would be delete the 2022 and it would say of the first year of the taxes levied, and that would be on line 16. On line 19, it would delete 2023 and insert of the second year the tax is leveled. And on page 3, line 22, it would delete 2024 and insert of the third year the tax is levied. So that is the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Hallinan. Do we have a second for the doctor's motion? I am looking for a second. I do not see a second. Oh, I do. Senator Beitman has a second. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks. A question, I guess, for the good doctor. So this bill passes 6 years from now, we have a 9 mil on residential, and we don't hit that 200 mark. It automatically all comes off, but then the next year we overfund or something happens, then it would all go back on the following year. That a 9 mil sway every year after 5 or 6 years concerns me. Am I reading it right in your amendment of what would happen in the future where that 200 mark, it goes back and forth by 9 mils is a pretty steep, it's a great decrease, but it's a pretty hefty increase in a year on pretty short notice if the superintendent can't certify.
So Dr. Hallinan, and then after that, we'll go to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this would continue in effect, that the 9 mils would continue in effect after the third year. And I think that the part about the 200 million would not be in effect after that third year. I think it would be allowed to go up at that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would see what Joss has to say about that.
Okay, thank you, Representative Hallinan. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, so the way this is drafted, it's a one-time thing. So if the superintendent ever certifies that it's gone down below 200 million from that 1 year's number, then the tax goes on and it goes up 3 mils for 3 years, and then it's 9 mils unless there's some future action by the legislature. So it's just a one-time certification. Will there be a tax? Yes or no? I would note that, the 200 million from that specific year, of course, if we continue under our current funding model, it tends to go up every year. So for example, I think the forecast for the next year, it would need to be decreased by actually like 212 million or something from what the actual forecasted amount would be under our current funding model. So to get to that 200 million from that date. So as time goes on, if we don't hit that $200 million number, it gets further and further away.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Any further questions or discussions? Dr. Hallinan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I came up with this is that the governor is cutting the general fund by 10% or 15% now with the second level cut. And he had no cuts in the school foundation or the K-12 budget. I don't think that that is sustainable. I don't think it's fair. I think the people that are working for our state and the people that are dependent on it, the disabled, et cetera, I think they are going to be in need of more money than the state is supporting in this level 3 cut by the governor. And the only way we can do that, I think, is to cut something out of education. And I think this here gives us a way to cut education and also to provide additional funds for education and reduce their deficit. So I think this is an ideal way to deal with this problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion on the amendment? I'm going to put the amendment to the question. It's on Representative Hallinan's second amendment, which is with respect to the trigger coming from the state superintendent. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and I'll call you out. So that I've got Hallinan, I've got Mr. Co-Chairman, and I've got Representative Western. That's 3. Well, I see Beitman. That's 4. So I got 4 votes in favor. If I missed you, let me know. Okay. All those opposed? I've got Dayton, Conley, Blackburn, Roscoe, Larson, Baldwin, Ellis, and Case. So that has failed, Doctor. We're back on the bill.
Thank you.
Any further amendments? Any further discussion? Shall we have the roll? Josh, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Chairman, this is for 21 LSO 76 as amended. Senator Baldwin.
No.
Senator Beitman.
No.
Senator Driscoll.
No.
Senator Ellis.
No.
Representative Blackburn.
No.
Representative Connolly.
Aye.
Representative Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Representative Hallinan.
I didn't get it, Representative Hallinan. I think it was an aye, but we were lip reading.
Aye.
Okay.
Representative Larson.
No.
Representative Roscoe.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Western.
No.
Sorry, Representative Western.
No.
Co-Chairman Zwanitzer.
Aye.
Swannister is an aye.
And Co-Chairman Case.
Case is an aye.
7 ayes and 7 noes, Mr. Chairman.
Fails. So that was fun. And since we're going to take up gambling tomorrow, the next topic on our discussion, the last topic of the day, will be payments in lieu of taxes. I'm sorry that this is coming so late, but I know that there are people waiting. So I will turn this part over to you, Senator Beitman, to lead us through this. I'll still chair the meeting, but we'll look to your lead, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for indulging me, and especially at this late hour. And thank you, everybody that's been waiting to hear about PILT. I think I mentioned it at a couple of meetings ago that this could be a good revenue option for us. So I thought it would be good for the revenue committee to take a look at it. If not now, hopefully those of you that will be on in the next 2 years can take this lead and run with it. And basically the federal government owns 30 million acres of land in Wyoming. It amounts to about 48.19% of our total state landmass. And in 2019, I read a report that Wyoming received $30 million roughly from the federal government to compensate Wyoming for federal land that cannot be taxed locally. That's where the not pennies in lieu of trillions, where the payment in lieu of taxes comes into play to pay for that. So we're getting roughly $1 per acre. Now, that's nowhere near the market value of the land itself or what the land would generate in local property taxes if it were not federal land. To put it plainly, Wyoming and our counties are getting royally screwed here. So I brought together a couple of presenters. One is Mr. Ryan Freeman, and I can't pronounce the name of the company he works for, but he does some really cool computer stuff where they could hone in on specific parcels and identify them and study them and what their market value would be in relation to the federal land that's nearby to help get a better assessment of what that land is actually worth. And I think it would behoove the Revenue Committee to take a look at this across the state and then start putting the pressure. I know Utah is miles ahead of us on this issue. I think they've passed a resolution in their state to put pressure on our federal counterparts in DC and to tell them to, hey, you guys got to pay your fair share. You got to pay up. And so I think it'd behoove us to do that. And with that, well, I guess one more thing I'll tee it up for Ryan. My question would be, what would our revenue picture look like if we were getting our fair share of PILT? I did some internet searching around different land values, and farmland value per acre in Wyoming is roughly $1,350 per acre, a lot more than $1. 160 acres for sale 15 minutes outside of Rawlins is going for $40,000, which is $250 an acre. So obviously the value in the checkerboard would be roughly that $250 acre amount. And then you come up to my neck of the woods, or Cyrus's neck of the woods, Representative Western's, in Bighorn, mountain front parcel in Bighorn goes for $86,000 per acre. And I'm sure up in the Jackson area, you're going to see similar assessments. So in Sheridan County, I know we have probably about 30% of our county is federal lands, and we don't get very much money for it. And it's good land. It's mountain front property. It's mountain property that would, if it were privately owned, would be generating millions and millions of dollars more than what we're getting from the feds and PILT payments. I'm not proposing that we transfer this land. I'm proposing we just have the feds, they're going to hold it for us. They better pay us more than what they're paying us now. So with that, Mr. Freeman, if you're on, could you give us a quick presentation and run through what you guys are all about?
I sure could. Yeah, thank you, Senator Beitman. Really appreciate the opportunity. And I promise to be brief here, given that, but just appreciate the committee affording us a few minutes to share a few thoughts. I think to answer your question, with regards to Utah, this federal lands valuation project that's now underway here is just extraordinary. And I was going to go into the tool here in just a moment and show you guys some very specific examples, to your point, Senator Beitman, that I think will resonate with you given the examples that you've shared. My name is Ryan Freeman. I'm one of the founders and CEO of Aon AI. That's how you pronounce it. Sorry about that. We're based here in Utah, and essentially, in a general sense, we help cities and counties and states maximize their use of what we believe is one of the core components to any economy, which is your land. And kind of going back to Economics 101 for a second, the foundational starting point really for any economy is land, labor, and capital, or as we describe it often here at Aon, land, people, and time. And so if you were to look at literally any product or service within an economy, the desk that you're sitting at, for an example, each and every one of those things can be traced in a chain of events back to a human utilizing a parcel of land over a period of time to create that product or service. And in the case of the desk, it started with a government authorizing that specific land use, and then followed by a human harvesting lumber on that property over a given time or a given period of time. And then that made its way through a chain of events leading to that desk being manufactured and then eventually sold to you guys. So the way that government uses and maximizes their land, in our opinion, is one of the most critical levers that you have when it comes to your GDP and ultimately the well-being of your people within your borders. I'm hearing the previous testimony resonated a lot with me because we're seeing the exact same thing here in Utah, and it's a shame. It really is. But this is what makes this PILT issue so vital for states like Wyoming, and why the federal government's promise to pay the tax equivalent value on these federal parcels is so incredibly critical to Wyoming's long-term viability. And particularly when property tax, as you all know, goes towards education. I've heard that quite a bit since even just being on this call, public health and safety issues as well. So here in Utah specifically, as you guys probably know, we have one of the lowest per capita funding for child education in the entire United States. And adding insult to injury, approximately 62% roughly of our lands are owned by the federal government. Adding further to that, the typical PILT payment each year on these lands is very similar to Wyoming, Senator Bateman. It's $1.25 an acre. And so it was a culmination of all these things that really caused Utah, and I'm sure all the Western United States, but Utah kind of starting off in front, really looking for a solution to this 50-year-old problem. So to put it mildly, the problem was daunting. Even though the state intuitively knew, as you do, Senator Bateman, that this tax equivalent value of the lands was exponentially larger than $1.25. How could they prove that? How can they put a tax equivalent value in our case on 35 million acres of federal land efficiently and economically? And a traditional appraisal on these lands would take forever. And to a point that once the appraisal was completed, it would already be outdated. So it's just an extremely daunting task. But this problem was something that was really in place from the very beginning of PILT, hence this nebulous formula that is used to calculate the payments, where it has absolutely nothing to do whatsoever with the land value or the property taxes that could be generated from that land. So through the really strong leadership of Representative Stratton and Senator Fillmore and former Representative Ken Ivory here in our state legislature, Utah went out looking for a solution and ultimately found my company, Aon. I'll get into the tool in a moment and show you how it works. But essentially, the Aon software allows you to run evaluation on literally every acre of federal land within your state in less than a second. You're able to set each and every parameter that you want and then compare that scenario to the actual PILT payments that you're getting on a specific parcel. It includes all the zoning, topography, water, sewer, literally everything that you would need to value what that property could generate instantaneously. It's pretty astonishing. And this has only been made really possible in the last few years, really as technology and server capacities and processing speeds have become what they are today. So, we use a massive amount of data to derive these values, terabytes upon terabytes of data. And up until now, what we've been able to do with the state of Utah simply wasn't possible. So now with our technology, Utah is really in a position, and we hope helping Wyoming to do the same, to finally have a meaningful dialogue with the federal counterpart about these payments and not coming to them with our hat in our hands, but being able to have a real conversation founded in hard data and facts. One last thing I will mention on PILT before I get into the software itself, and just so that you guys understand where we're coming from and why this is such a big deal to us. One of the fundamental tenets of our company was founded on, one of the fundamental tenets was to help grow the state of Utah. That was one of our core principles, including myself. All the founders and our board members have built very successful businesses here in Utah, went to school here, raised our families here. So we really, truly love our state. And when we first learned about PILT, and in our minds, the injustices, to put it mildly, of these minuscule payments that are being made, at least comparative to what the tax equivalent value of these lands should be, we felt, to say we were compelled was an understatement, that to use our incredible software that was developed to help Utah solve its problem. So, now learning that this is not only a major issue PILT in Utah, but really the entire Western United States, Wyoming included, of course, this is a cause for us. It really, truly is. We've got lots of tools and applications and things that we market and sell, but PILT is just our cause. It's the one thing that we love around here because we can see directly what the impact it makes on the lives of people. And so as a company, there's not a greater feeling than having a product that directly helps people. So that's what we're all about. If you're so inclined, just to to fact check me, so to speak, I'd encourage you to reach out to Senator Fillmore, Representative Stratton here in Utah, and ask them how what their experience has been like with us here. We believe we've gone over and above, and we continue to do so just because we really deeply believe in this issue. So with that said, I'll get into the tool itself here, and I believe I can share my screen with you guys.
Okay, please do.
And are you able to see that okay?
We are. You might make it a little bigger.
How about now?
I think it's good. We don't have anybody looking on the big screen, so I think everybody in the world is looking on their own computers. So I think it's good.
Okay. Well, I hope it is, and if there's anything further that the committee needs by way of paper or a document of some sort, we can provide this to you as well. So what we're into the tool now, and this is basically just the dashboard, and I'll go through this really quickly again for expediency's sake. I know you guys have a lot of other things on your plate, but essentially this just gives an overview. Again, we're looking at Utah, and this is for 2019. These numbers have gone up about $2.5 million roughly in 2020, but this is just showing the total PILT, total statewide acres relative to the total acreage in Utah. It's about 62%. The tool allows you to go in and take a look at a county by county basis. So this top one here, if you can see my cursor, that's the total number of federal acres within Utah, almost 33 million acres. And then on this side, it allows you to break it down by county, and you can click on it, and it takes you to that specific county and gives you all that same information, drilling down further and further into the tool and into your specifics that you want to see. As you go down here, you can see, just more of a breakdown and providing you some generalized dashboard information. One of the things that could be really helpful, I think, to this committee, if you haven't already considered it, is kind of a breakthrough that Utah had with its approach, I guess at the federal level, mostly with in-held acres, as we call them. What that means is any property, any federal parcels that are located inside city boundaries, and the definition is being trying to be being worked through right now with the legislature, probably going to include maybe a half mile to a mile outside of city boundaries as well. But right now there's approximately 217,000 acres that are inside city limits that are federally owned. And this was one thing that just kind of astonished everybody. They couldn't believe there's this many acres inside city limits. This isn't, miles and miles out. Currently, well, in 2019, I should say, we received $505,000 for these 217,000 acres. If we go over to this next tab here, this is drilling down into the specific in-held parcels. If you just take, and remember again, $505,000 is what we received in PILT, just by not doing any changes other than setting the zoning to the lowest possible use in Utah, which is recreational, PILT should be about 4 times more, or just under $2 million on these same parcels. And these are all results that you guys can see publicly. We've published them in several places. Going down where it gets really interesting is taking these in-held parcels and now applying density to them, applying some type of zoning to them. In this case, we use the lowest possible density that Utah has for residential, and it takes it up to about $362 million on these same parcels. And again, these aren't parcels that are way out in the middle of nowhere. In some cases, this is parcels literally in the middle of cities. Now, obviously, not every parcel that's in-held can be developed. There's topography, there's proximity to water and sewer and all those things that would prohibit that type of development. But it's a good starting point as an indication of how far apart the PILT payments are relative to the tax equivalent values. So let's get into the tool itself. What I just showed you was the dashboard. This is actually the tool that you can use to literally go parcel by parcel to run your own analyses, and you're in charge of this essentially. So you set your own parameters however you'd like to see it, and decide for yourselves like what it is that you want to build on it. What is it that you want to zone it to? What is it that you what changes do you want to make to it? All those things are completely in your control, and you'll see here in a second. There's virtually every field that is given here will allow you to do just that. So, as the CEO, apparently I don't have the premium features. Let me try this one more time. In worst case scenario here, I can certainly walk you through a little bit of this, and then maybe have more of a one-on-one demonstration if you'd like to see it. It's not playing nice with me though. Well, while I get this up, is there? I guess at this point, is there any questions? Is there anything that I can be useful in that discussion while this is coming up?
Any questions from the committee? If I can't see you, just raise your blue hand. Not a rep. Nope, I'm not seeing it. This Representative Hallinan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is this going to do to those of us who have BLM leases on BLM property? Is it going to raise our fees for that, or what? Is this going to affect the ranchers that have BLM that they have livestock on?
Good point.
Mr. Freeman?
Sorry, guys. I'm not sure I'm the one to answer that question. What is it relates to our valuation model, or what is it that?
Representative Hallinan, give a little more specificity to the city there.
Well, I guess you're saying that the government would have to pay more for the PILT, and would that, if you only pay, I don't know what you pay for BLM property, it's probably only a couple dollars an acre for grazing on that ground. So the government would lose money on that property, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, really what we're talking about isn't so much the current value of that land. What we're proposing is looking at your total federal parcels almost in an aggregate, but allowing you to go in and virtually develop them. Not that you have to or you would, but at least set the zoning appropriately. You know, for example, we have some BLM, a lot of BLM land here in Utah that's adjacent to residential areas. And one example that I'm hoping to show you here tonight, it literally is right in the middle of the city with, you know, surrounded by a golf course and a number of other different things that would certainly increase the value of that land. So it's not necessarily that you have to develop it out that way. It's just a mechanism for you to show your federal counterpart that, hey, we're only getting $1 an acre on this. It should be considerably more.
Good enough, Representative Hallinan? Okay.
No, that's about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Freeman? Not seeing him. Mr. Freeman, did you get the presentation? Oh,
Representative Blackburn.
Go ahead, Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your presentation on your low density, your 361 million, can you tell me how long it took to collect that? Did you guys, did you collect it, or how did that work out?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it took a considerable amount of time initially because we were literally developing a brand new tool for the state of Utah. Now that we have that done, it literally is something that we could come into Utah, or come into Wyoming rather, and replicate exponentially faster because the system's all done and ready to load. But it does it instantaneously. It's pretty astonishing, actually. It doesn't take a lot of time to run the valuation. It literally is a click of a button. What takes the time, and what we're working with the state of Utah to do, is to literally go through each of the properties and determine what's the highest and best use here. What is it that you can do that would maximize that value within reason. So it's that part that actually takes the time-consuming part. The actual valuation tool is very quick.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, go ahead, Representative Blackburn.
Yes, sir. I think you might have misunderstood my question.
Oh, sorry.
You identified the 361 million in a low density for the state of Utah. Did the state of Utah collect that money, and how long did it take?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that obviously is a much different question. So they just started the process. Yeah, we delivered this to them, delivered this tool to them earlier this year, and they have started this process. I don't know candidly where they are at this point with it, but I know they've started to have those discussions. Whether or not they've had any success with those at this point, I can't speak to that. But I mean, truthfully, this is not a short problem, short-term problem. They're going to be working on this for some time, I would imagine. But again, the beauty of the software is really allowing them to have those conversations with data rather than just begging for it, essentially.
Okay. Senator Baldwin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the elephant in the room is, what was the cost of the state of Utah to have this done? If Wyoming was to consider us, what size of check are we going to make out?
Yeah, it's a great question, and right now I truly mean this. This is a cause for us. So for the state of Utah, we did it for cost, and essentially knowing that this is something that was going to help our state. For Wyoming, I think the numbers that we've talked about internally here were somewhere in like the $2 to $2.5 million range to do the whole state, and whereas Utah, they were at like 750,000. But candidly, with Utah, there were some other dynamics there that we knew we could go in and use some of our other tools with cities and counties and things that helped us justify that price.
Okay. Representative Sweeney, question.
So thank you, Ryan, for this, and Senator Beitman. So obviously it includes all federal lands, including national parks, correct?
It does. In our analysis, though, we weren't considering national parks at all. I mean, I know that's a touchy subject on top of it all, but really for Utah, we wanted to understand, what the value of usable property would be. No one's looking to build an oil rig underneath the arches here in Utah. We wanted to look at parcels that really truly did fit within the criteria of potentially developable land. And so most of the work that we've done has been in that regard.
Okay, so
Okay.
follow.
Sweeney?
So in our case, I think the number was 30 million acres. And I'm guessing that includes like Yellowstone, Grand Teton at that point. So would the tool be available to back the national parks out once it's mapped?
We can truly do it any way that you'd like to, Representative. It really is just a matter of which data, what data you want to put in and what data you want to keep out. Traditionally, we will just load everything in, and then you guys as the users would be able to dictate what it is that you wanted to see. In fact, to a point where you'll have essentially a checklist of all the different ownership types, BLM, SITLA, or state land, national parks, a list of all the different property or ownership types, and then you can either select or unselect those. So you would have both of those capabilities.
Okay. Good for now, Representative Swinney?
Yeah, I one more is I'm just curious if we know, anybody here knows of federal lands within any of our cities. Like, is there federal land within, well, I guess the Air Force Base in Cheyenne? Is that actually federal land?
Mr. Freeman, I think that was a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, we would love to look at that. I don't know is the honest answer there. We haven't looked at your state yet, and it would take pulling the data in and doing that analysis for you. But I suspect you may not have as much as Utah does, 217,000 acres, but I imagine you have quite a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Freeman, I'm curious, has any state utilized your services and received money from the federal government or increased PILT payments?
So Utah was the very first one. In fact, for us, this product was developed because of Utah's request. We did other things software-wise, but when Utah asked us if we could help, we developed a tool specifically for PILT. So this just happened over the last year and a half, 2 years. And we went through and built the system for them, brought in all the data, and got it compiled and just issued the final product to them here earlier this year. And so now they've taken it and are now moving forward in with their federal counterparts. But Utah was the very first one. So now that we're seeing the success, and really when I say success, Representative Connolly, I mean the difference between what we were receiving in PILT here in Utah and the values that we were coming up with, even on a very, very conservative, lowest type use basis, it became obvious that this is something that was going to be really helpful for the state. So far they haven't gone and they haven't received any money for PILT yet, but they just started those discussions.
Go ahead. Who else has got a question? So is that everything for Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, if there's no more questions, I was going to try this one more time, but I'm still getting the same issue on my end. We have a pretty big storm going through here, so I'm wondering if there's something going on with my internet connection. So I really apologize, though.
Do you have anything to add at this time?
No, yeah, I'm just, if there's any questions or anything that anybody would like to speak with me one-on-one or get a demo one-on-one, happy to do that. I think Senator Beitman has my contact information. So if anybody needs anything or wants any more information, I'm happy to provide it.
Well, why don't you hang with us?
Great.
And we'll talk to some other folks. I think I see Mr. Riemann. He's here. Jeremiah.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Appreciate your time. I'll try and be brief to this topic. I did want to just provide a little bit more context to Wyoming as it relates to PILT. As Senator Beitman indicated at the very front end of his comments, counties currently receive from the federal government $1.01 per acre in the state of Wyoming. Those change depending on the county that you're in, from a low of 39 cents in Sublette County to a high of $2.98 in Uinta County. As Senator Beitman and Mr. Freeman indicated, the formula to get there is rather complicated and certainly not something I'm prepared to speak to today. But again, those values do change by the year and by the county. If you're looking at the low end payment, Laramie County receives just over $26,000, and Natrona County at the high end receives just over $3.7 million per year. Again, those dollars fluctuate. They fund congressional appropriation, and that's never a certain thing. In fact, we work very closely with our counterparts at the National Association of Counties on a yearly basis. And in fact, we send a delegation to DC to argue these payments. President Trump did in December of last year sign a package that does provide for full funding its current form, and that will continue through this year. But it's certainly, again, not certain. It's never been certain. Representative Sweeney, you did ask about various lands that are reimbursed. Those payments are provided for federally tax exempt property, Department of Interior lands, Department of Agriculture lands, so of course Forest Service lands, federal water projects, so all of our major reservoirs in the state, and military installations that exist across the state. So they do receive funding. We would appreciate any legislative support we could, and additional tool to be able to make those arguments as we try and pursue adequate funding back to the state of Wyoming and our counties. And this money ultimately ends up ensuring that we can provide services for firefighting, police protection, construction of public schools and roads, search and rescue operations, and others. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I wanted to be brief, but we certainly are support doing something in partnership with the legislature, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reeman. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jeremiah, you kind of cut out a little bit, but did you say that those parcels are exempt, or like the reservoirs in the national parks and forests, or that we are receiving some PILT payment on some of that?
Mr. Reeman, you did have a bump in your video while you were talking, so.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I know I have a poor internet connection. If I need to kind of kick my video off, I will. But Mr. or Representative Sweeney, what I was suggesting is that those are tax exempt properties that are reimbursed, or at least calculate formula for PILT reimbursement.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions for Mr. Reeman? Any other questions for Mr. Reeman? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we carried this forward and made this, however it's going to work, interim topic, if we could push that forward as an interim topic, the county commissioners would be all over that in support?
Mr. Reeman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, yes.
Anybody else? Questions for Mr. Reeman? Anybody else? I'm not seeing any.
Senator Steinmetz, I missed you earlier. I would have got you on earlier. I apologize. Would you like to speak to us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, committee, and Merry Christmas almost. I know you've had a long day, so I'll be brief. I'm really thankful that you're looking into this topic. If you remember, we had Senate File 110 last year evaluating the tax equivalency of federal land in Wyoming. And in sponsoring that bill and kind of shepherding it through the process, one thing became very clear to me, and that is I'm not married to whether we would use a certain company or anything like that. We may even have county assessors that can get us information. Senator Enzi's office has been very active on this issue. And so we have a lot of resources. GIS at the University of Wyoming might be able to do some work, and some college students and programs and research products there. And so we have a lot of options at our fingertips right now. I think we have a great opportunity in the fact that a lot of Western states are banding together to tackle this issue. And so I think it would behoove the state of Wyoming to do the same and to work with our partners across the West in finding a better solution going forward. This is an old law that needs some updating so that we can be current. And with the recreating public and the folks that are so invested in our federal lands all across the country that love them so much, I believe it's a federal responsibility to make sure that the state is compensated for housing those lands and for the lack of economic opportunity that their ownership creates for the state of Wyoming. And so I really appreciate you guys taking up this topic. I think it would be a great interim topic. Then you could work out all the kinks as to who could provide what and at what cost, because we may be able to do a lot of it ourselves. And so thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Merry Christmas. Any questions
Merry
for Senator Steinmetz? Okay. And is there anybody else like to testify? I see some names that I don't know. There's Mr. Siddle. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm Nick Siddle, and I'm the chairman of the County Commissioners in Sheridan. And thank you to Senator Beitman for inviting me to join in on your meeting today. When I gave the state of the county message to our legislators, and Senator Beitman asked me some questions about federal lands in Sheridan County and how much PILT money we received, and it would just be interesting to us to think that we were probably getting a fair amount. We have 28% of Sheridan County is federal land, which I know is fairly low compared to probably some other counties. The bulk of ours is in the Bighorn National Forest, and we know that there's some timber harvest that occurs on that land. There's certainly a lot of recreational opportunities, and it'd just be interesting to value that. Probably when we get right at $1 million, and supposedly projected for 2021, it's going to be dropped by 40% to 623,000. So when you look at the other 72% of the property in our county, we get a little over about 7,300,000 for that. So it just seems like when we're in a budget crunch, certainly the federal government ought to pay their fair share, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Glad to have you with us. Questions for the Commissioner? Any questions for the Commissioner? All right. Who else would like to testify on this bill? Thank you very much, Commissioner, being with us.
Chairman, this is Ryan Freeman again. I have the application up if it's still, you guys still want to see it.
Is that a pleasure of the committee? I think we could give you a few minutes, Mr. Freeman. Go ahead.
That sounds great. Yeah, and I'm really apologize for the technical difficulties there. Let me share my screen really quick with you. And are you guys able to see this now?
We can't read the text, I don't think, but we can all see it on our individual screens.
Okay, wonderful. So this is the actual application and the tool used to value the parcels. So what you're looking at here is the city of Hurricane, in southern Utah. And there's just a lot of federal lands in this particular area. So what the tool enables you to do, and I should say too, speaking to valuing, when I talk about value, I'm not looking at this as like an assessor or an appraiser even. The software looks at it as if it was going to develop it out. So it takes in consideration topography and water lines, sewer lines, proximity to other development, absorption periods, sale prices, lease prices, and the state and the sense of commercial, build costs, all those types of things. So it's literally running a developer's pro forma analysis on every single parcel. It's far beyond just saying it's an appraised value or an assessed value. So just want to make sure that you guys understand.
Mr. Freeman, you just cut out. Everybody, I assume everybody else can hear us, can't we? Dr. Hallinan, you can hear us? Wave your hand if you can.
Yeah.
Got it. Mr. Freeman, we're not getting you right now. You cut out. I think we got the gist of it. All right. Senator Beitman, which way do you want to go now?
Well, Mr. Chairman, how about we just wrap this up? And I know it's getting late, 6:30. We are starving and tired. So I would just like to answer a couple questions that came up through the thing. I'm getting some text messages from other experts in the field. And one used to work for Senator Enzi. This would have no effect on the grazing leases. This is just as a valuation, changing the model that PILT uses to value these lands. Instead of a dollar, or 38 cents in some cases, they're going to get the counties will get reimbursed at a fair market rate. Let's see what else. It's about getting fair value from the rest of the country that uses our lands. And so it's not just a Western issue. Obviously, the lands are in our backyard, and we are housing them, as Senator Steinmetz so aptly put. They need to pay us to house those lands and pay us for the economic offsets of not for us being able to tax them with property taxes and other things. So I think we can get the rest of the country on board. It's going to take a big lift, but I think it's a high reward, low risk proposition for the legislature to take this on and join up with other states, because if you just do the math on the back of a napkin, 30 million acres times, say, even $50 an acre, what that would do to our state coffers and our counties, it would be huge. So even if we didn't get the full value of some of these properties, if we just got it up to 10, 20, 40, $50 an acre, it'd be a game changer. It would probably solve our deficit. So, and then we could do all that without raising taxes, my friends. So I hope you all consider it. I'm going to miss you all in the next 2 years. I'm moving on to another committee, but I'll stand for any questions. And I was going to offer up Senator Steinmetz's bill as a bill recommendation, but knowing that this is our last committee and it hasn't been noticed, that we can't do that. So hopefully I wish you the best, and hopefully you'll take this up in the interim. And hopefully we'll have a bill for our next session, whenever that is.
So thank you very much, Senator Beitman. I have two questions, I think, for you. I understand what we're trying to do here is to look at the development potential of those lands, and this particular model that Mr. Freeman had would be to look at that potential and maybe ascribe a tax value to it, and that would be something we should collect. And I think that's sort of one philosophy behind PILT. Then I remember the testimony from last year that, well, that's really, there were folks that maintained that that's really not what PILT was all about. That PILT was a payment from the federal government to compensate states for the impact of their employees and the services provided, that it really wasn't supposed to be a dollar for dollar offset to the developmental value of the lands. And that it really doesn't have anything to do with the value of the lands. And in fact, having the lands in our states is not a cost, so to speak. It's sort of a benefit that people come here, recreate. We have outdoor stores. We have oil and gas leasing on federal lands that we get pieces of, so that it's not really an imposition. It's sort of a benefit to have public lands. And I'm just illustrating a couple different philosophies that I've heard, ends of a spectrum. So that's kind of the first question, which way is it? I can certainly see this proposal is sort of towards the developmental value that we could develop those lands and realize value from it. And then I have another question about something called impact aid and how that fits in to PILT payments, because in my county and in Laramie County, they also get something called impact aid, and it's payments by the federal government. So if you can help me.
I'll tackle the first one, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I think after doing the research on this, from what I've read in the federal statute, even the name itself, payment in lieu of taxes, says it all. And I think that the original intent of that law was to compensate for lost taxation ability. So that's where I saw this as my mission, right? To make sure they're living up to that promise. I have heard those other arguments. I disagree with those. Yes, it is a benefit to have these federal lands and these national parks, but it is also a cost to the state of Wyoming, and the lack of that taxation value. And when you've got half of your land that's not bringing any property taxes whatsoever, it didn't really affect us for the last 10, 20 years because the money was rolling in, right? And now that we're looking under the couch cushions for pennies, we are starting to realize, hey, why are our assessments, why are we not being able to fund K-12 education adequately? Why are we having all these money issues? And we look at, well, half of our land we can't tax. We can't bring in property taxes. We just had a property tax discussion. And so this would make that right. And I think it's something that we really need to look at. As far as the impact payments go, if Commissioner Siddles is still on, or Jeremiah, they could probably answer that, but that is definitely in addition to the PILT law. And I think it's a different formula. And if they want to jump in and answer that more accurately than I could try to slaughter at almost 7:00 p.m. Go for it, guys.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Would somebody like to tell me about impact aid and how that relates to this, or if it's just totally different? Anybody know about it? Mr. Ream.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, again, Jeremiah Ream with the County Commissioners Association. Are you referring to the Secure Rural Schools program?
I don't know if that's another name for it. Let me tell you, for my school districts, it's a very important funding mechanism, and it has to do with the fact that the students that go to school are off of a federal reservation. And I put that in quotes because I think people look at what an Indian reservation is differently. In Laramie County, there's also payments that go, I think, to the school district that relates to the number of students that are part of the F.E. Warren base. And that's kind of where my understanding is, Mr. Ream. Does that help you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. And it comes to mind because annually my family has to fill out a form to declare whether we have and the like. So you are correct. There is that program. I'm not very familiar with the details of that specific program. There is another federal impact payment that does go to the majority of counties, roughly 19 of our counties, called Secure Rural Schools. That's a historic program going back to 1908. Had been there's a provision that the federal government would share 25% of proceeds from timber sales, from agricultural leases and other things of that nature with counties. when we went through the 90s and there were issues with endangered species and loss of timber sales, secure rural schools program is sort of a transitional program. It's continued to be funded. Counties currently receive in fiscal year 20 $4.4 million statewide. And again, that's a diminishing program, and we have seen significant cuts to that one. So it's perhaps a neighboring program to PILT.
Thank you, Mr. Reaman. That was the questions I have. It appears that this topic would be something that the committee could advocate for as an interim topic. I suppose it's possible there would be some other legislation that would come about during the next session, and whether it would come to the Revenue Committee or not, I can't tell you, but that's also another possible way that we would see it. Is there anything I'm missing on this topic? Are we close to adjourning for the evening? Would somebody like to make some last comments on this topic? Representative Roscoe. Representative Roscoe?
I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but I just have a question about, I can't imagine that this adjustment in these PILT payments would just be state by state. It would have to be all the federal land that's available. I would imagine the federal government would require that. And I don't think you could do this state by state, but maybe I'm wrong. So if there's any clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
Senator Beitman, I might come back to you. It's sort of a program for the West, isn't it?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. I think there's not very many states east of the Mississippi that have this problem, and I think that's the genesis of the PILT law. As far as how it would be applied, Congress has wide discretion on how this is going to play out. So I wouldn't dare to guess if it's going to be uniform across all the PILT states or if it's going to be state by state. It could be, they decide willy-nilly every year whether or not they're even going to fund the thing. So what I would suggest is we would advocate with all the Western states, get together and get legislation passed at the federal level, something that's permanent, something that changes the formula permanently for everybody, and that is funded on a permanent basis. That's what the states should be after. I think we should all band together and do that. And that should be the game. That should be the end game.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. Anybody else? So,
Chairman,
Senator
Ryan Freeman, really quick. Mr.
Freeman.
Yeah, sorry. This is a national issue, actually. PILT is all over the country. The only state, as I understand it, doesn't have PILT is Rhode Island, and Illinois went through a lawsuit with the federal government over their PILT payments and had an outcome. I believe in that case the federal government turned those lands over to the state. So this is something that does have precedence, and it's something that is pretty much nationwide as far as I understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Anybody else? So, Senator Beitman, it sort of seems like there are a couple of ways we could skin the cat here. One is Senator Steinmetz's bill last year kind of wanted a tabulation of these lands. And then Mr. Freeman's model and the way that Utah has at least approached it with this tool does sort of seem to come, this is a tabulation, this is what the land development potential is, and this is what you owe us. I suppose that's one way to approach this. In essence, we're sending bills to the federal government based on what we think the development potential of the land is. And another way that we could proceed would be by resolution, with joining with other states to ask them to at least come closer to that potential, rather than having each state develop the tool and present a bill. That's a lot of effort that may or may not bear fruit. Which way are we leaning? Is it both at the same time, all of the above? What?
I would say all the above, but the easiest low-hanging fruit would probably be to take up the Steinmetz, or I think it was a resolution, to just like you said, hand them a bill, and then in the meantime, it's not an either or, I don't think. I think we do both at the same time, is try to round up these other states and do either interstate joint resolution or something along that line. This will be the first step, though, is to take the inventory of what we have and what it's worth and what the discrepancy is. And I'm sure that discrepancy is going to be a very large sum of money.
I think so too. Well, thank you, Senator Beitman. Is there anything else on this topic? We'll be working on it perhaps in the interim. I'm not seeing anything else. I thank everybody for participating. Thanks for a very long day. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 unless there's an objection. We'll take gaming up first and then resume our agenda. Hopefully tomorrow will go a little smoother.